Next bill on the calendar for the day, on the fiscal calendar, is House File 1485. The Chief Clerk will report the bill.
House File 1485 on the fiscal calendar for today, the 6th engrossment, an act relating to the stadium.
Call the member from Clay, Representative Lanning.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And Mr. Speaker, first of all, I want to extend to you a sincere thank you and to Majority Leader Dean for enabling this bill to come to a vote today. Members, let me explain the DE amendment that you have before you. We decided to have a delete everything because we had a whole host of technical amendments that our House research staff, MMB, Revenue, Bond Counsel felt we needed to make in this bill, and rather bringing forward a lengthy amendment that would be very difficult for people to track and understand, we decided the best route would be to do a DE amendment. And let me also explain why we now have a House file, since previously it was a Senate file. The Senate file, we amended a bill that came over from the Senate, and if we had continued to work on that, we would have had to send it back, if it were to pass the body here today, send it back to the Senate, and they would either have to concur or not concur, and they would lose an opportunity to have a full debate on the Senate floor. And so we feel it's best to give both bodies an opportunity for a full debate. We expect we're going to have a full debate here today. And members, let me just point out a few of the changes in the technical, I should say, in the delete everything amendment that you have before you. As I've already mentioned, there are a host of technical changes. We also have back in the bill a sales tax exemption on construction materials. We have a new provision on cost overruns on construction. It will no longer be the responsibility of the state or the authority, but rather the successful bidder will have to take that responsibility. We have the Green Globe energy concept included in the bill, which is consistent with what's in the Senate bill. And let me emphasize, there is no exemption from the Minneapolis City Charter. That provision was taken out in the last bill, and it still is out. It's not in this particular draft. With that, members, I would ask your approval to proceed with the debate on this bill. Mr. Speaker.
There is an author's delete all amendment at the desk. The Chief Clerk will report the author's delete all amendment.
Lanning moving to amend House File 1485, the 6th engrossment, as follows. Delete everything after the enacting clause and insert. The amendment is coded 1019.
Call the member from Clay, Representative Lanning, to present your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Members, the time has come for Minnesota to make a decision. This issue has been in our state, facing our state for the last 10 years. You'll recall back in 10 years ago that the previous owner tried to start making some moves towards building a new facility, and that got nowhere. There never was a bill. And then in 2006, there was a bill that didn't get out of committee, but that was the year we built both the Twin Stadium and the Gopher Stadium. There was a bill in 2010 that didn't get out of committee. Last year, I authored a bill that we held back on because we were facing the huge budget shortfall, and we needed to have budget be first. And now we have, this time in 2012, this bill, which I believe is the best proposal that we've had before the legislature in all these years. And members, Mr. Speaker, could we get a motion on to get the bill in the shape I would prefer?
The delete all amendment is before the body. Representative Lanning, we can have discussion, or if the members would like to vote on the delete all to put it in the shape the author would like. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the delete all amendment offered by Representative Lanning signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. No. The motion prevails. Member from Clay, Representative Lanning.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minnesota last built a facility in 1982, 30 years ago. And over the last 30 years, the Metrodome has served our state very, very well. We have hosted basketball Final Four, NCAA. We've hosted the World Series 2 times, the Super Bowl. For 30 years, the Vikings have been a tenant, and now they have run out on their lease. They leased it for 30 years. That lease has expired. The Twins and Gophers once were in the Metrodome. They are now in other facilities. Members, quite simply, the Metrodome will not meet the needs of Minnesota for the next 30 to 50 years. That building has many deficiencies that really prevent us from keeping a team viable and having a facility that's available for all the other things that are hosted there. Members, I firmly believe that if we are not willing to authorize the building of a new facility, we as a state will never again host a Final Four. A Super Bowl will never again come to Minnesota. I believe that the Vikings will likely leave. If we send a signal that we're not prepared to move forward on this, if we don't act, I believe that the team is going to be heavily recruited by others who want to purchase a team, a franchise, or move a team to another location. And if that happens, members, we're not going to be able to maintain a facility for all the other events that take place in the Metrodome. Let me point out to you that the current Metrodome is losing $2 million a year. And they have some reserves, about $12 million in reserves on hand. But if the team were not to continue being there in 2013, by 2014 or 2014, the Metrodome would not have any capital to invest, and it takes about $11 million or so to keep that operating. Well, with that little bit of background, members, let me highlight what the proposal is that's before you. I want to emphasize at the very beginning, because all the talk has been about a Viking stadium. Yes, this would be a home to the Vikings. They would be a major tenant. But they don't own this facility. They would not own this facility. This facility would be owned by the public. And the Vikings would be a tenant with a guaranteed lease of being there for 30 years. This facility would be governed by a public body. Members, not by the team. It would be governed by a public body. And in order to make this happen, we have a proposal before you where the state, or I should say with the team, would provide $427 million, the city of Minneapolis $150, and the state $398. Now I know there's always been concern about how much the team is contributing. Well, over the 30-year life of this, members, with the initial $427 million, plus the operational costs of $13 million a year picked up by the Vikings, that they will, over the 30 years, will actually end up paying slightly over half of the total cost of this facility. And let me also point out one thing. You may or may not recall that when the Vikings first started talking with us, their proposal was they would come up with $230 million. And they're now up to $427 million. They have come up $200 million, plus they have also agreed to pay what amounts to the highest rent in the NFL. Their $13 million a year is the highest, would be the highest rent in the NFL, and that will escalate or increase 3% a year going forward. I also want to emphasize that this proposal before you does not impose any new taxes, any new income sales taxes. And what it does do is authorize the continuation of taxes that are currently being paid in the city of Minneapolis to support the convention center. And what this bill does is authorize the extension of those taxes. Members, this project is estimated to generate 13,000 jobs. We're talking about jobs, jobs. That's a common theme all of us are concerned about. There will be 7,500 construction jobs, 3,400 ongoing jobs, and others. Members, I also want to point out that with this facility, if we have this facility authorize it, the state is going to generate $26 million a year in income tax from the team, from the players, from the organization, and the sales tax generated at the stadium. Now, I point this out because if we have no team, if we have no stadium, we have a $26 million hole in our future budget. And that's going to escalate way up to $60 million or more over a longer period of time. And let me also point out to you that over the next 30 years, this facility, again with the income taxes and sales taxes at that facility, are projected to generate for the state of Minnesota $800 million. $800 million. Now, members, if we don't have a facility, we are not going to have $800 million in revenue going down. And you might wonder, what is the current number? Well, the current number is just under $20 million a year that the Vikings are contributing to our general fund through the income taxes of the players and the organization. The other thing I want to emphasize, and again, this gets back to the notion this is a Viking stadium only. Members, there are over 300 other events that take place every year in that facility. We have high school events, college events, community events, concert events, entertainment events, all kinds of things that are going on in this facility. And members, if we don't have an anchor tenant, a tenant that will help pick up a lot of the cost here, we are not going to be able to afford a venue for all of those events. Well, members, let me quickly highlight the articles of the bill. And we get to Article 4. I'm going to ask Representative Kriesel to speak to the issue of the charitable and lawful gaming proposal that's a part of this bill. Article 1 establishes a new authority. The Metropolitan Sports Facilities Commission goes away. It's replaced by a new authority that the governor would appoint a chair and 2 members. The mayor of Minneapolis would appoint 2. They will make decisions relative to this facility, and they will be the governing group as far as the facility is concerned. With regard to design, the design is going to be a collaborative affair between the team and the authority, and if they get into disagreements, there's a process for binding arbitration. The facility needs to have 65,000 seats, expandable to 72. Members, in order for us to host a Super Bowl, we have to have 72,000 seat capacity. If you don't have it, no Super Bowl. It also will have 1.5 million square feet, which is about 600,000 square feet bigger than the present facility. I don't know if you've ever been to a game trying to get out when the crowd is still there at the end of the game. I was at one this past fall, and because it was so crowded, it took so long to get out of the facility, a fight broke out right in front of me. I almost came to getting a few bruises myself. I wasn't in the fight, but there was a fight going on because people were so frustrated with the small concourses and the ability to get out of there in a timely manner. This facility would also have a fixed roof. You recall earlier there was some, well, maybe we should have a roof-ready stadium. Well, that's never been our plan. We've always felt that there should be a roof. If the team wants to pay for a retractable roof, they can do it, but we won't do it as a state or as an authority. We also have a provision where fans can make a contribution and have their name inscribed somewhere on a brick or some part of the building. We also, when it comes to operations, as I said, the team will contribute $13 million a year. That it's going to grow every year. And in the first 5 years, the team is actually going to pick up the city of Minneapolis' share. They're also supposed to come up with $6 million, plus another $1.5 million for a capital reserve. And the team is going to front that with this proposal. The team is going to pay it, so we don't have to come up with the revenue to do that. And the team, once the convention center revenues start coming in after the current bonds are expired or paid off, then the team will start to get paid back with that. I want to emphasize the state share in operations, folks, is zero. Zero. We're not assuming any operational costs. When it comes to capital improvements, I mentioned that we'll have a reserve fund for making sure that we have money available when you need to make improvements. And the city of Minneapolis, as I said, will contribute to that. With respect to the 30-year lease, some of the provisions in that lease include there will be 4 5-year renewals that will be possible. So this could go to 50 years if we choose to do that. The training facility must remain in Minnesota. And in this lease agreement, the team will get the revenues from the suites, from advertising, concessions, signage, broadcast and media, and club seats, and they would get naming rights. Members, when it came to those things, we felt that it would be more suitable and stable for the state for us to be getting rent and the operational costs covered rather than trying to claim those, and that's why in our proposal that's the approach we're taking. The authority will get the revenue from all other events that take place in the facility. If the team is sold, there's a clawback provision, as there was with the Twin Stadium, that they would have to, we would be able to claim 18% in the first phase, and that would decline 1.2% a year. There's an option in here for the team to be able to bring a soccer team to Minnesota. They would have to invest $40 million in order to bring a team, secure the rights to a team to come to Minnesota. There also are a number of provisions relative to the city of Minneapolis which make sure that they have the proper review and approval that they need to have in order to make this facility work within their guidelines. There also, when it comes to the second article, that's on the appropriation bonds. And let me explain this because there's a lot of confusion about this whole issue of appropriation bonds. This, we believe, is the only and really best way for us to raise the revenue we need to build this facility. All of the revenue that we generate through the lawful gambling, all of that revenue goes into the general fund. And it's not earmarked for anything, it goes into the general fund. And then the debt service on the bonds that we sell is paid out of the general fund. And we believe that there are sufficient projected revenues in order to cover that debt service, which, by the way, in initial years is projected to be about 34 to 35 million. But after a period of time, that's going to annually drop down to about 18 million. Then, with respect to Article 3, Minneapolis Convention Center, what they're being allowed to do in Minneapolis is to continue or extend their existing half-cent sales tax of 0.5%, their 3% liquor, the 2.65 lodging, and 3% restaurant taxes be extended until 2047. And the state allows those revenues to cover the $150 million contribution that they make and the borrowing costs for the stadium. Moving on to Article 4, Representative Kriesel will speak to that since that has to do with the lawful gaming. We also have provision in Article 5 that the amateur sports in Minnesota will have up to 10 days a year that they can use the facility, guaranteed up to 10. The high school league is guaranteed at least 7 days. And then finally, members, in the last article, Article 6, because of the concern about whether or not the revenue projections will be there, we felt that we needed to have some backup funding sources in order to cover should those projections not materialize. And so what we've put in the bill is that if the Commissioner of Management and Budget feels that there is not sufficient revenue to meet our obligations, that these blink-on provisions would be put in place in this order. First of all, a 10% tax on luxury boxes, the sports-themed lottery game, which has been in effect before for the Viking lottery, a third, 3-year extension on the convention center taxes, so instead of it expiring in 47, it would be 50. The fourth is the possibility of capturing excess revenue on the Hennepin County taxes, which currently are generating more revenue than they need to pay back the bonds for the Twin Stadium. And finally, a 10% admissions tax. And those, all of those blink-on provisions, I think, from what we've heard, could generate at least $10 million a year in terms of backup funding. Well, members, that gives you a very brief overview of the bill before you, and I know there'll be lots of questions and amendments. So, Mr. Speaker, at this point, I would yield to Representative Kriesel to speak to the lawful gaming portion.
Calling the member from Washington, Representative Kriesel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I want to thank Representative Lanning and for his hard work. It's been a pleasure to work with him, and also my friends on the other side of the aisle that have been a part of the bipartisan stadium working group. To speak to the lawful gaming portion of the bill, what this portion would do in Article 4, it repeals the upfront distributor tax on pull tabs and tip boards and the combined receipts tax. These two taxes are replaced with a graduated rate tax on organizations' net receipts from forms of gambling other than paper bingo, raffles, and paddle tickets, which remain subject to the 8.5% net receipts tax. The rates under the new receipts tax range from 6.89% to 27.56%. The restructuring of this tax will provide significant tax relief to the charities. Because of the increase in revenue estimated during due to the electronic pull tabs and electronic link bingo, this bill will provide additional resources for charities to give to their charitable organizations across Minnesota and all of our districts. The gambling language in this bill has been solid, basically unchanged for a year. The language allows electronic pull tabs and bingo, which are new electronic forms of games that are currently in Minnesota, and they've long been a part of what we do here. These new machines make it possible for these charities to upgrade their games and survive. Charities throughout our districts are dying right now, and this bill will give them not only pay for a Viking stadium or a People's Stadium, but also help these charitable organizations that make our communities a better place. These machines will allow more for hockey clubs, for donations to veterans and to fire departments, and for all the things charities do. The new forms of gambling do raise more funds. We're relying entirely on the executive branch, the revenue department, and MMB for these estimates. These are not our guesstimates. These are not our estimates, is what I meant to say. We're playing by the rules. Whatever you think of this bill, this is our one chance. This bill works, it's been fine-tuned, and it will build a stadium. This is our chance. So that sums up that part, and we'll stand for questions when the time's appropriate. Thanks.
Member from Clay, Representative Lanning.
Mr. Speaker, from the very beginning in this process, we have said and known that this bill would not be successful unless it was truly a bipartisan effort, and it has been all the way along. We've had a bipartisan work group that has worked for months in trying to frame a proposal here, and at this point, Mr. Speaker, I would like to yield to Representative Morrow to speak on behalf of their participation.
Member from Nicollet, Representative Morrow.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Lanning. Members, I'd just like to briefly explain how I went from no to maybe to yes on this bill. If there were a way to keep the Vikings here and have the Wilfs pay 100% of the stadium cost, all 134 of us, 133 of us, we'd be for that. But they simply won't be paying 100% for a stadium, whether it's here or whether it's somewhere else. It's frustrating, it's maddening for many, but it's the economic reality we face. I firmly believe the Vikings will leave Minnesota in the next couple of years if we do not resolve this issue. From the NFL team and the team's perspective, the Vikings simply do not generate sufficient revenue in the Metrodome to field a competitive team. Again, we could argue about millionaires and billionaires, but the fact of the matter is the NFL has been subsidizing the team, the Vikings, for years to help them field a competitive team. And the reason that their revenues are lower is because of the realities of the Metrodome that I'm sure we can talk about on the floor. Again, I would prefer that the NFL build its own stadiums. But the harsh reality is that cities and states have been assisting with payments for part or all of a stadium. But members, be very clear, when you see a 100% privately funded stadium, it's probably being funded with personal seat licenses. And the three most recent examples, New York City, Dallas, and now Silicon Valley south of San Francisco, all are virtually paid for with private money. What that really is asking each season ticket holder to pay an upfront fee, a personal seat license, in order to have the right to buy the season ticket. We are not Wall Street. We do not have oil money in Minnesota. And we are not Silicon Valley. The reality is that in this market, we cannot fund the entire stadium through personal seat licenses. And I'm sure we'll be talking more about that later. Now, one could say, okay, then the heck with them. Let the Vikings leave. Certainly, you've had some of those emails, and I've certainly had some of those emails. It's a very fair and understandable position. But I moved from no to maybe to yes when I realized the unique nature of the situation we are in. Number one, despite what the articles from Forbes and others say, they focus on city investments, we're focused on a state investment. Number two, the economic articles and studies you've read, and I've read them all, do not focus on the state income tax revenue that Representative Lanning mentioned. And members, we know that the state of Minnesota will collect in excess of $800 million over the next 30 years from the Vikings, their opponents, and their staff. Members, we also know that 70% of that, unlike any other professional league, 70% of the Vikings' revenue comes from out of state, and it's all almost from New York City. It's the national TV contract. When you take 70% of $800 million, the state stands to lose in excess of $560 million in state income tax revenue over 30 years if the Vikings leave. For me, that was a key point in moving from no to maybe to yes. Now, of course, someone could say, still, let them go. And that's fine. But we have to account for that money, the $560 million or more that will not come to Minnesota from New York City if the team leaves. Now, some may ask, and I'm sure we'll have a great debate today, Representative Lanning, about the funding streams, about what are called user fees, about naming rights, about personal seat licenses, and we should have that debate. Because I think that neither Representative Lanning nor Representative Kriesel nor myself nor anyone in the working group would say we've created a perfect bill. We've created the best bill we could in the circumstances, but I have no doubt that the minds in this chamber can come up with an even better bill. So I look forward to hearing the amendments. I look forward to hearing the ideas. I look forward to that conversation. If at the end of the day we can have the Vikings pay more, pay a bigger share, I'm all for it. But let's do it in a reasonable, practical way. Let's do it so that negotiations can continue. Let's not do it in a way that drives a stake into the possibility of keeping the Vikings here. And finally, members, we've talked about the thousands and thousands of jobs. I've talked about the quality of life and how I see a stadium as I see a museum, as I see a theater, as I see a state park. Minnesota is a special place, and millions of Minnesotans count the Vikings as one of those features that make this state special. So members, I join Representative Lanning, I join Representative Kriesel in inviting your questions, in considering the amendments, and in passing this bill off the floor.
Members, there are several amendments at the desk. Ask for your respect and consideration as we proceed with this bill today for your colleagues, no matter where you fall on the issue. The clerk will report the First Amendment.
Garofalo and others moving to amend House File 1485 as amended as follows. The amendment is coded A63.
Call on the member from Dakota, Representative Garofalo, to present your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And first of all, let me begin by thanking both the gentleman from Cottage Grove and the gentleman for Clay for all their work on this effort and for their support of a bill that I hope will keep the Vikings in the state of Minnesota. Mr. Speaker and members, my amendment does three things. The first it does is it caps the construction cost for our state so that any cost overruns, any overestimates and things, regardless of higher labor costs, higher production costs, would be the responsibility of the Minnesota Vikings as opposed to the taxpayers or the stadium authority. This conforms with the Twins language of 2006. Second of all, with regards to naming rights, currently in the bill, the naming rights go exclusively to the Minnesota Vikings. This bill would break it down so that those revenues would be shared between the Minnesota Vikings as well as the public contribution. And third and finally, members, what this does is it reduces the public's contribution or support for this project by $105 million and transfers that over to the private entities. Mr. Speaker and members, the member from St. Peter used two words that I think are very important in this discussion today, and it is reasonable and practical. The reason why I'm offering this amendment is to improve the bill and to move this bill forward into conference committee to have us get a bill that can be signed into law, that the Vikings can support, and that the Governor Dayton can sign. With the changes we're putting into this bill, the state support for this project will be reduced from public support for the project will be reduced from $548 million to $443 million. Still a very generous support package from the public. In fact, with the exception of the Dallas Cowboys and the Indianapolis Colts, even with this amendment being adopted, it would be the largest public contribution to an NFL stadium. Facilities from the Philadelphia Eagles, Chicago Bears, the Green Bay Packers, the Patriots, the Lions, the Texans, Seahawks, Steelers, and the Cincinnati Bengals all had smaller public support projects. But as we know, the Cincinnati Bengals don't really qualify as an NFL franchise given their subpar performance through the years. So members, I bring this before you for those reasons. I believe that what this does is it eliminates some of the barriers that members on both sides of the aisle have viewed as a reason to come out and oppose this bill. It makes it easier to support, build support, strengthens the coalition, and does not lose any votes. Members, I stand for your questions and ask for your support of this amendment.
Discussion of the Garofalo amendment. The member from Hennepin, Representative Carlson.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, Representative Garofalo will yield to a question.
He will yield. Representative Carlson.
Representative Garofalo, I'm trying to understand your language here on the selling of the naming rights and the reduction. It's my understanding that what the history of the selling of naming rights is that you get the revenue each and every year for the period of a contract. And just how is your language here working in that regard? I think when we had testimony in committee, they figured that the naming rights would go to something like between something like between 5 and 7 million per year for whatever the contract period would be. So if you could explain to the body, I would appreciate just how your numbers work relative to that reduction.
Member from Dakota, Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and the member from Hennepin. You are correct that naming rights can be done in that fashion. However, they could also be done with a lump sum distribution up front, which would allow the opportunity to reduce the amount of bond payments that would be necessary up front. Representative Carlson, I think this is something that, right now, the naming rights are going exclusively to the Vikings. I think it is only fair that the public have part of that contribution. It could be another way this could be structured would be that the public portion of it that goes to the Vikings could be structured in one way. The private portion, the private portion that goes to the Vikings could be structured one way. The public portion could be structured another way. I believe this is something that should be in this bill. Should we be successful and pass it today, to send it to conference committee to have that that opportunity to discuss and be as part of the conference report.
Member from Hennepin, Representative Carlson.
Mr. Speaker, members, the only concern I'm trying to raise is that you're relying then on whoever purchased those rights making the entire payment basically up front, as opposed to amortizing it over a period of time. And I'm not sure that I know the history of what's happened in other cities and other situations with the naming rights, whether it's typical that they would pay it up front if anybody would or not. I'm just trying to solicit additional information from you in terms of just how this would work and what the advantage would be with upfront versus annualizing it or amortizing it if people were willing to pay more but doing it annually as opposed to paying it up front.
Representative Garofalo will yield. A member from Dakota, Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Carlson, you would be correct that it would be you could do it that way with an upfront lump sum payment. However, there would also be the option of the seller, the naming rights purchaser, offering payments to the Vikings. The Vikings would then, in return, issue bonds, which they would use that revenue stream to back up. But you are correct in pointing out that in the event of using this money on the public side, it would have to be to reduce the upfront bond payments, and I think that's this is an important issue. There's several different ways that we can be done to have the public share in that portion of the revenue streams.
Member from Hennepin, Representative Carlson.
Mr. Speaker, members, just trying to understand just exactly how this would work. I'm not necessarily speaking for or against it at this point, but just trying to get a clarification of what the author of the amendment would expect it, or how it would work.
Member from Carver, Representative Leidiger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I rise in support of this amendment. I think this amendment is more reflective of the realities of football today and what we've seen in the last 40 years. It's a very successful, very thriving business. I love football. People in my district love football. And I'd say that just about everybody here loves football, and we want to see a stadium built. But the way the bill is right now, it doesn't reflect the realities of what's going on in the industry today. Football is a success. It's got a great success story and has for the last 40 years since the Super Bowl first started. They do a great job of marketing it. They do a wonderful job promoting football, which is watched all over the world today. And there's not a team In the NFL, that's losing money. They are all making money, and the value of their franchise continues to go up. So I want to say thank you to Representative Garofalo for promoting this amendment, and I rise in support of this amendment. I believe that with this adjustment, it makes the public share at 45%. It shows the reality of what a public support should be in terms of the overall support. Thank you.
Member from Wright, Representative McDonald.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I rise in support of this amendment for several reasons. One, because Representative Morrow said it in his opening talk, that this bill is far from perfect. But it is an attempt to keep the Vikings here, to keep the enthusiasm here, and to get the stadium built. It is a difficult decision for me. Many in my county want the Vikings to stay here. I'm sure in your counties as well. But they are concerned the amount that is subsidized by the public. And therefore, because of this particular amendment, reduces the public's funding and increases it more on the Vikings, I think it is a good measure to make this bill an improvement. I ask for your support in this amendment and for the support of the Minnesota Vikings.
The member from Stearns, Representative Banyan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, members. As you may be aware, I'm having a great time with this bill. I thank everyone for talking about it because you're actually part of the material that I've used in my last class in sports economics at St. Cloud State, and some of you will be material in my next class that starts in just a little more than 2 weeks up there. And I appreciate your willingness to bring me materials that will be useful in that. And I thought I should reciprocate and share some back. So I brought with me today some of the slides I've used in the past, some of the slides I will be using when I do the stadium course, stadium section of my course in a couple weeks to discuss this. And I was going to do this with my own amendment, but Representative Garofalo has provided a very good amendment, which I will support. And I want to explain to you why I would support that and why it's a good amendment. I would ask you first to look at a spreadsheet that I've handed out that has a history of all the various deals we have. And Representative Garofalo is already giving you a nice overview of those that have been sent in the past. What have we spent? I've got this spreadsheet will let you look all the way back to 1990. Obviously, production costs have changed over that time. But one thing you should look at is there is an inflation-adjusted amount, and I've adjusted it for inflation, not for CPI, but for actual costs of commercial construction. And you can see that every time we build a new stadium, it seems like we want a bigger and better stadium, okay, to the point where one term we use for the Dallas Cowboys' new facility is the Taj Mahomes. Okay, it's that opulent a facility with a screen that seems to cover 40 yards up on top. So that's a very interesting piece. But along down the right-hand side, I want you to look at the personal seat license information that's there, and I want you to look at the naming rights information that's there. Representative Morrow and others will say, you know, naming rights, I don't know how much money there is there. Please look at the data that I've retrieved for you on the cost of those naming rights in the past. They typically bring in excess of $100 million. How that gets amortized, Representative Carlson, and how we actually do that divvy up, I'm not as sure about, but I would actually think that we could do that. But you use that information. Use personal seat licenses. Friends, the Green Bay Packers had personal seat licenses. They made $93 million off it. You don't think that was back in 2002, 2003? You don't think we could do better than that? We can't beat the Packers? I can't believe that. Okay, maybe we have a little trouble beating them on the field, but I should think we could have no problem beating them in terms of personal seat license revenues that go to them, and that is part of that. And that's what I really want to speak to here, is to look at the share of revenues being devoted by the team, or what's represented as the team revenue, to the stadium as it's currently in the Lanning-Kriesel bill. It calls for a contribution of $427 million. $200 million of that is actually not from the team but the NFL, and they'll tell you about that. But understand how a G4 loan works. The G4 loan from the NFL is $50 million personal responsibility of the ownership group. $50 million of it is in essence a grant from the other 31 owners to help pay for the stadium. And then the last $100 million is paid out of the visitors' share of the revenues at the stadium, to the extent that the new stadium generates enough additional revenues to pay that off. So there's only $50 million of that loan that's actually the responsibility of the Wilfs, unless the facility is a failure. Take that G4 number, subtract as well, and just the NFL share that's going to go back and be paid for without it costing the ownership of the Vikings a single dollar. Take out the personal seat licensing revenue, where we should do better than the Packers. Take out the naming revenues. Take out the chaser boards and the other information that's there, and then ask yourself at the end, how much of this building is actually paid for by the owner before they turn the key and open up for the first day? And the answer you'll get is somewhere on the order of $30 to $50 million. That's a heck of a deal. How many of us can go buy a place to do business and get 95 to 97% financing? We can't. We need to do a better job about the bargain we have here. I know we've done as best we can, and we're told this is as high as we can, this is as much as the NFL and the ownership can do. I actually think we can do better. I think Representative Garofalo's amendment is excellent in moving us in that direction. I urge a green vote.
Member from Olmsted, Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A little bit confused here because I keep hearing this is the People's Stadium. It's owned by the state. So why aren't we getting all of the naming rights funds? So I think that this amendment at least goes part way into acknowledging that this is supposed to be the People's Stadium.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Davney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Members, it's a great day in Minnesota for odd bedfellows, and I think we'll see a lot of that on the floor today. I want to thank Representative Garofalo for the amendment. I think it's an important step, and members, Representative Lanning, Representative Morrow did good jobs of outlining the importance of this stadium to Minnesota and the strengths of this proposal. But I think we also, many of us, recognize that there's significant problems with this proposal as well. For some of us, those problems outweigh the benefits at this time. Representative Morrow put a challenge before the body to improve the bill. I believe in this place. It's quirky, it's often odd, it's frequently frustrating, but I think we have the ability to rise to the challenge that Representative Morrow laid at our feet and improve this bill. I think the Garofalo amendment starts us along that path. As we consider how we should improve this bill, we have to think about the criteria we bring forward and how we will judge each of the amendments that are offered today. I would suggest that Representative Garofalo's amendment hits on an important concept for us, and that is putting a connection that does now not currently exist between the stadium and the revenues used to construct it. That connection is valid. That connection should be there. The Garofalo amendment starts us in that direction. I'd urge your support.
Member from Ramsey, Representative Hausman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, I think there is strong bipartisan support for this, and I would request a roll call.
Representative Hausman has requested a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call on the amendment. Member from Clay, Representative Lanning.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I certainly understand the spirit of this amendment to try and squeeze more out of the Vikings. We have been trying to squeeze more and more out of the Vikings all along. As I mentioned earlier, we've gotten them up $200 million from where they started in terms of their contribution. And I can assure you that there's been a lot of tough negotiations that have gone on trying to squeeze as much as we can. But I want to caution you, there's a limit to how much we can squeeze. With this amendment, we're talking about another 105 on top of the 427. We're talking about the Vikings having to come up with our friends interrupting here. The Vikings would have to come up with the $7.5 million a year that grows every year by 3% to cover the City of Minneapolis's operational share and contribution to capital reserves. And then also the Vikings will have less revenue coming from naming rights. They still participate, but less. I just want to caution you that while I understand the motivation here, that if we squeeze too much, we may end up not having a deal. Because this team has to be profitable. Any team has to be profitable. And let me mention this. This hasn't been said so far, but I'm going to say it. This team operation right now is marginal. They cannot afford to continue the way they've been going in terms of being able to have a money-making proposition. It's a marginal operation. And any business person knows you need to have a reasonable expectation of a return on your investment. And if we reduce that rate of return on investment to a point where it still stays marginal, we run the risk of not having the ability to keep this team. So I understand this is likely to go on as an amendment. We'll have to deal with it. But I just wanted to caution you that if we squeeze too hard, we could kill a deal.
Member from Nicollet, Representative Morrow.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Lanning. What the Garofalo Amendment does, and I think this is fine, is it puts into stark relief the choices we have to make. We can make a lower payment by the state and let the team keep revenue streams, or we can make a higher payment by the state and try to take back some of those, naming rights being one of them. So assuming for the moment that the Garofalo Amendment goes on and we do reduce the state share, we should be cautious as we move forward. If we keep taking more and more money out of the deal, putting more and more on the Vikings and less from the state, at some point we will reach a tipping point. I'm not directing members how to vote on this one. I'm asking members to think comprehensively as we go through these amendments.
Further discussion, the member from Scott, Representative Biskins.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and members. I'm going to support this amendment because I think we do have a problem with the current revenue that's in the bill and what we're going to add onto the backs of the taxpayers. Would the member from Moorhead yield for a question?
He will yield. Representative Biskins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Lanning, in the original draft of the bill, the draft of the bill that was going to be heard before the House floor, there was a direct connection between the revenue in this bill and the appropriations bonds and the repayment of the appropriations bonds. I've noticed in the delete all amendment that that direct connection has now been severed. In other words, the repayment of the appropriations bonds no longer includes language dealing with the new revenue in this bill, i.e. the gaming revenue. Can you tell me where did that come from, where did that language come from, and why the necessity to create this wall of separation between the two?
Member from Clay, Representative Lanning.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Biskins, I'm not exactly sure what specific language you're talking to, but we had bond counsel, House research, management and budget, revenue, all weighing in on the way this should be worded technically. And I think you're asking a technical question that I certainly am not in a position to give you an authoritative answer.
Member from Scott, Representative Biskins.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and members, I am. All right, and I'll give you the authoritative answer to it. You see, in the previous bill, the bill that was brought before us, it specifically says that money appropriate in the repayment of the appropriations bonds, that the revenue from both the Minneapolis sales tax and from the gaming were going to be used to pay back the appropriations bonds. But bond counsel said that is unacceptable. You cannot create that connection within the legislation because they will have a difficult, if not impossible, time selling the bonds if you have that connection between the two. So now, in this new bill, there is no connection. In other words, if the money from the new revenue does not come in, even with the blink on or blink off, there is no connection between that and the repayment of the appropriations bonds. The repayment of the appropriations bonds will come from the legislature. Now, these are appropriations bonds, they're not general obligations, so the full faith and credit of the state do not have to stand behind it, and it's up to the legislature to appropriate this revenue. But I can't imagine one legislature that will take our bond rating down as dramatically as it will go if we refuse to appropriate the revenue, no matter what the revenue from the new revenue sources in this bill come in. The bond houses know that. They wanted this wall of separation. This amendment creates that wall of separation.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Loon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. As a co-author of the Garofalo Amendment, I rise in strong support. I want to thank the member for bringing this forward and coming up with, I think, is a very sound amendment to try to make this proposal somewhat more acceptable for those of us who are very concerned about the amount of public spending proposed in a stadium proposal. We all know what's at stake here. Nobody wants the Vikings to leave Minnesota. However, the 56% of public funding proposed for construction for this project is just too high a price, in my opinion. This amendment helps make this a little more palatable. You're talking about a project of $975 million, nearly $1 billion, and we're proposing to reduce the state's share of that by, let's say, maybe 10% using round figures. In a project this size, I don't really think that should be a problem. Members, there's been a lot of talk about refusal to work in a bipartisan manner or people holding out their votes over one bill for another, and nobody likes to hear that discussion. I'm not a member who plays that way. That's just not my style of legislating. But I'd like to send a message out to our friends, the Vikings, out there as well, to say a refusal to consider anything less than they've put on the table now is a deal breaker. Is that same kind of partisan politics or, you know, standing your ground on the line, I'm not moving, and it's not going to get this deal done. This member won't support that kind of negotiations. So this makes it better. Vote for this amendment.
Members, if you could please use the side exit doors if you're leaving to and from the chamber, not to inconvenience anyone, but so that the members being asked to yield or asked to answer questions could actually hear the questions on the House floor. The Sergeant at Arms would greatly appreciate it. The member from Olmsted, Representative Liebling.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Lanning yield, please?
He will yield. Representative Liebling.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Lanning, a little while back you talked about that the Vikings operation is a marginal operation. And I think that this gets sort of to the heart of some of what we're discussing here today, because I agree, none of us wants the Vikings to leave. And I want to make that very clear to everyone listening today, because the emails from people kind of frame it as that we are somehow making the Vikings leave or wanting them to leave or don't care about them or don't appreciate them if we don't vote for the bill that is before us today. And I know I've been hearing from a lot of members on this floor already, that is just not the case. But there are a couple of things that are floating around here that really need to be addressed. One is this issue about the Vikings leaving and how imminent an issue that is. Many fans are concerned that if we don't pass this bill, the Vikings are just going to pick up and go. And I think that really needs to be addressed, because I recall Mr. Wilf saying on a couple of occasions that he would not, in fact, move the Vikings. And I take him at his word. Now, I understand that, you know, the Vikings are a private concern. They can pick up and move any time with, I guess, with the blessing of the NFL. But Mr. Wilf has said that he wants to stay in Minnesota. So that's number one. The second thing, so I want to ask you, Representative Lanning, on what you base the idea, if that is indeed your thought, that we need to do that we need to do this bill to keep them from leaving. That's number one. Number two is what you said about their operations. My question there is, how do you know? Because my understanding is that they have not opened their books, that although they can certainly know our financial position, since we're a public body and our books are open for all to see, we don't know theirs. And yet you've made the statement today that there is some financial concern that will cause them to leave, that it seems to me that you may know something that the rest of us don't know. And I'd like you to be open with us and let us know, if you can, on what you are basing that statement.
Member from Clay, Representative Lanning.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Liebling, let me address your two questions. First, with respect to the move. The team or the team owners have never threatened to move if they don't get a deal. They want to stay in Minnesota. The NFL wants them to stay in Minnesota. We want them to stay in Minnesota. But it's also been made very clear by NFL officials, and the Vikings haven't said this, the NFL officials have said this, that there are people, all kinds of folks out there looking to buy a team, looking for relocating the team to another city. And that if we don't take action, I think what's going to happen, and based on what I've heard from the NFL, is that the Vikings will get courted by other parties who want to buy them or want them to move to another city. That's not a simple process. It's a very costly process to do. Is it automatically going to happen? No, probably not. But once the team starts getting recruited, so to speak, or solicited by people who want to buy it or move it, we're going to have a real difficult time with our bargaining position. We're going to lose a lot of bargaining position if that happens. Once that starts, and if we don't do anything this session, if it's an unresolved issue, those folks are going to start contacting the Vikings and making offers for buying or moving a team. So I hope that clarifies that question. Secondly, I have not examined the books, but the Metropolitan Sports Facilities Commission has hired people to do a financial analysis, and their conclusion in doing that is that this, in fact, is a marginal operation. Now, this is a private company, and their books you know, their financial records are not public, but the Metropolitan Sports Facilities Commission has had the wherewithal to examine those financial records and have made that determination that this, in fact, is, as I've said, a marginal operation. And they've also done the analysis as to what kind of reasonable rate of return that they would need in order to keep this team viable.
The member from Olmsted, Representative Liebling. The member from Nicollet, Representative Morrow.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I'm thinking about how we'll proceed if this amendment's put on, as opposed to, say, the user fee amendments that we'll be seeing in a moment. With the user fee amendments, I can see a conference committee going forward and having a negotiating room with the Senate and having a negotiating room with the city, negotiating room with the team. I do have to say that I think there may be a negotiation problem if we add this amendment. Because we'll have, as a conference committee, now of course we don't know what the Senate's going to do yet, but the conference committee would have to go in, and if both bodies adopt this number, this would be the ceiling. This would be, and Representative Gruffalo, I see you shaking your head, so I'll let you explain what latitude the conference committee might have, because I'm just concerned of going into negotiation and finding out from the team or finding out from the Metropolitan Sports Facilities Commission that we forgot something, that we didn't think about something. That, yeah, you might be able to get another 20, 30, 40 million out of the Vikings, but you're really not going to get the amount to cover this gap. So I do, Representative Gruffalo, agree with the spirit, but I'm not sure that the strategy works. I get how the user fee strategies could work because it doesn't lock you into a dollar amount. And so I'll sit down because, Representative Gruffalo, you may have a way of explaining how could a conference committee go forward when you've locked in the dollar amount.
Discussion to the amendment. The author of the amendment, the member from Dakota, Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members, and thank you for the thoughtful debate, members, that we've had. Just a couple of comments. Members, in the history of the National Football League, no team has been offered this level of public support. $443 million, said no, and left a market. So I understand that there are some members of this body who any money, any amount above zero, would say that they're opposed to it. There's other members who shall remain nameless who would vote for any level of public support to keep the Vikings in Minnesota. This is a reasonable offer which I believe moves us forward. In the event that there was identical language, there's absolutely no conference committee language that would not give the conferees flexibility to adjust this number upward or downward, to have those tools in there. And members, I support the bill, and I'm voting to keep the Vikings in Minnesota today. But I want members to understand there have been very reasonable questions and concerns brought forward about the new revenue stream. Very reasonable questions. And for those members who are concerned about that, I think this is comfort language. It gives us an opportunity to gain members on both sides of the aisle support to vote for this. Just for some members' sake, currently under the bill, the 398 is financed at an annual appropriation of about $29.5 million. With this change in language, it knocks it down to 21.7. Now, I don't know what the electronic poll tabs revenue is going to bring in, but it's far less likely that we're going to have general fund liabilities or general fund concerns going forward if we use this number rather than the former. Members, I appreciate the thoughtful debate, and I would respectfully ask for your vote on this amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, a roll call being requested, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 97 ayes and 31 nays, the amendment is adopted. There are several amendments at the desk. The clerk will report the next amendment.
Benson M. and others, moving to amend House File 1485, the sixth engrossment, as amended as follows. The amendment is coded DE 12.
Calling the member from Olmsted, Representative Benson M., to present your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I guess I'll say from the outset that I don't state this as cover for all the people who have sent numerous emails over the last couple of months, most particularly in the last week or so, and the folks that are outside and chanting that we need to build it now. I don't say this for cover. I say this because it's true. I've always wanted to be part of a process that would ultimately lead us to building a stadium. Always. I think that the Vikings provide a quality of life element that are missing in states that don't have professional sports teams. Now, that's not to say that I don't already recognize that we have a baseball and basketball team, but there's something special about an NFL team, and I recognize that, and I too go to the stadium and cheer on with my son the purple. But I rise today because I have a serious concern of at what cost. Is this the best we can do for our state? As we approached the session today and all the folks are outside and cheering, it's almost like an atmosphere of game day. You know, both sides, I don't know, one side at least, chanting for how they'd like to move the ball. And of course, they want to move the ball in the direction so they can get at the end of the day an affirmative vote from at least the House today on that they get to build a Viking stadium or anyway, a People's Stadium, anything you want to call it. But what I would say is what's absent, and I said this a year ago when the first electronic pull tab, in my mind, reared its ugly head in committee. I said, you know what's missing here are all the people whose voices are marginalized for one reason or the other, but they're not here to speak up against the social costs equated with the expansion of gambling. And from the very beginning, the purveyors of these machines have been out there, trying to convince us of the fact that our state needs this revenue. They need to expand gaming. The side benefit, of course, is that we will increase the amount of charitable gaming and the revenue that comes from that, and all the worthy causes. And I'm not ever going to diminish the causes that are the money that's received from charitable gaming. I will speak a little later on my belief system, and we shouldn't have to be encouraged by the potential of winning something in order to give something to your neighbor. But I'm going to stick with just the fact that there's no one out there screaming for or holding banners for the thousands of families that are impacted by the social cost to gambling. Not one. I didn't see a sign. Did you? Anybody here see a sign that says, please don't build this because it hurt my family? I don't think so. Now, I know there will be others that will stand up to speak on the revenue side. The gaming portion of this is, I can't imagine that we're going to bank on receiving revenue from a revenue stream that will require an additional $1.9 billion in gaming money. Can you imagine that? Is there anything else that we'd like to stick in there that we might want to raise money for a good cause? $1.9 billion in gaming. But how about these families? Well, we had, I wish that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, they could have, should have been invited to this. But Minnesota Family had 3 gentlemen come in to speak to the members of the caucus who are interested in just what this does to families in Minnesota. And I think I spoke to it either through emails or some other medium, but Every one of them had lost absolutely everything. They're all recovering addicts. All of them had lost all their material possessions. Two of the three of them had lost all of their families. In fact, one of them only recently regained contact with his family because of his addiction. We're not talking about that today because we're bent on satisfying the need for a new stadium, not what it's going to do to the families of Minnesota. Somebody had to speak up. Now, I'm sure I'm not going to be the only one today, but certainly my guess is that most or many of you have already made up your minds, so I'm giving it one last shot. And I'm going to get to and I'm going to speak to my amendment, but I want you to know that the reason for the amendment is my concern for those folks. I've had an opportunity over the last couple of weeks to message quite a bit and receive messages back. And I not only get these emails that say, you know, build it at any cost, but I get emails from pastors who tell me that counsel also, that if you really want to know the impact, ask us. Ask the folks that have to minister to the failing families or the people who have lost all their possessions because of this addiction. So in front of you today, members, is an amendment. It's an amendment that goes to the very heart of what I just talked about, and that is not spreading or expanding gambling in the state of Minnesota. We already have between 25,000 and 50,000, conservatively 25,000 compulsive gamblers. Our gambling revenues, 50 to 60% of those come from 1% of our population. And you may not agree with the economic studies, but they're out there, and almost all of them say for every dollar in revenue that we take in from gambling, we spend $3 in social costs. It's hard to hear. But what does the delete all amendment that I have in front of you do? It essentially does the exact same thing, does two clearly important differences, and that is, first of all, in Section 10, it revives the opportunity for more than one site to be considered. So we're not beholden to necessarily sticking with where we're at now. I know there are many on our side, at least of the aisle, that would say, we want another shot at a different location. We think there's more to be gained by not going to Minneapolis. And I'm not going to get into that. I think that would be something that, in fact, this committee could sort through and make sure. But the real change, the big change, is how we go about getting the money necessary to build this stadium. And it starts in Section 11. I'm not going to go through each one of these. You're intelligent enough to read through it and understand it. But essentially, the change is, folks, that we rely on user fees. We rely on user fees. We completely eliminate any need for expanding gambling. There's a lot that can be worked on between now and conference. I stand to take questions, and certainly you can look through the bill. It's a user fee. It's straight up, folks, user fee bill. For me, at least, it provides a lot of comfort about how we get the money and who will impact. As I said in an email, I hope at least that you gave it some thoughtful consideration over the weekend. Maybe you talked to some of your neighbors, and I know most of the folks that I talked to had no idea. They just want a stadium. They have no idea about the funding stream. And again, my hope is, I'll get up again, of course, if it doesn't happen, that somebody will challenge the figures that are in the current bill, even as it's been amended, to how we're going to raise that kind of fund in a precarious economic situation, to raise the funds needed in order to get this done. Thank you.
There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment. To the amendment. It's an amendment to the amendment.
Mahoney, moving to amend the Benson amendment as follows. The amendment is coded 600.
The gentleman from Ramsey, Representative Mahoney.
Thank you, Mr. Speakers and members. I always like it when we can chuckle when a member starts out and says this is a simple amendment. So this is a simple amendment. It is actually pretty simple. It deals with the site selection committee and Representative Benson's delete all amendment. Now let me start out with a story. Members, let me start out with a little bit of a story here. Back in December, Governor Dayton asked for all parties interested in the stadium selection, the stadium site, to come forward with a plan. And he set a date, I don't remember whether it was January 10th or January 15th or whatever. And within 2 weeks, Ramsey County came forward with the Arden Hills site. Within 2 weeks. It's 140 pages long. I think it was a day late. Minneapolis came up with a 4-page proposal, 2 pages of which were pictures, artistic renditions of what the stadium would look like. 140 pages. It laid out where the money was coming from, how the zoning would happen, how the site would be cleaned up. It came in with 11 out of the 12 surrounding municipalities with letters of support. It came with a vote of support from the Arden Hills City Council. The Minneapolis had no support. It had 6 members that were, or I think it was 4 members out of 13 that were okay with it, or 5 members. And they had to twist arms. I'm not sure you could get a letter of support out of Minneapolis over the stadium, but you might. But their proposal had no details on the tax collection, no details on the zoning, no details other than how to get around a referendum. Arden Hills site cleaned up 430 acres of a Superfund site that's sat there for 25 years. 3.5, 4 miles, within 10 miles of both downtowns. You know, we talk about not doing economic development. 400 acres, over 400 acres of cleaned up land. It would have added 20, and they laid it out. It would have added almost $8 million to the property tax rolls, almost immediately. Their plan held the Vikings responsible for cost overruns. Their plan held the Vikings responsible for operational costs. Their plan, the Arden Hills plan, held the Vikings responsible for capital improvements in case they wanted to keep up with a latest state-of-the-art NFL stadium. The Vikings didn't get complete control of the game day revenues. Then one day came along, and I kind of felt the land tilt to the west. There's no written statement of why, it just kind of leaned that way. 140-page report, 4-page report. That's the setup. What this amendment to Representative Benson's bill does is on page 7, on lines 21, 22, 23, and 24, it changes the site selection process from 3 people, 1 the governor, 1 the Speaker of the House, and 1 the Majority Leader of the Senate, or their representatives, to 5. So it adds 2 members that the House appoints and 2 members that the Senate appoints. One of which has to be from Ramsey County, one of which has to be from Hennepin County, and one of them has to be from outside the 7-county metro area. What I am trying to get to here is a fair, unbiased, unweighted site selection. because the last line on that particular story is that the Arden Hill site was the preferred site for the Vikings forever. And then that land tilted to the west. Not sure how that happened. I can make a guess, but I won't do it on the floor. I've already gotten in trouble that way this year. So members, I would ask for your support, or Representative Benson, you could just incorporate it. I'm not going to ask for a roll call. I'll stand for questions on this particular amendment.
Discussion to the amendment. The gentleman from Clay, Chair Lanning.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I understand, Representative Mahoney, what you're proposing to do here, but you're trying to amend a provision that I think is very problematic in the Benson delete everything. Members, that delete everything amendment by Representative Benson starts this whole process over as to where a stadium might go. It forms a site selection committee, and instead of making a decision now, we're going to be dealing with this for another year or more. And so for that reason, I oppose the amendment to the amendment and that provision in the amendment to begin with.
Discussion on the amendment to the amendment. The gentleman from Ramsey, Representative Mahoney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Lanning, on page 11, underneath the site selection, the authority shall complete its task. I'm sorry, on page 11, line 16, the authority shall complete its site selection by August 1st, 2012. The governor does have the ability to give it a 14-day extension. Members, we're not turning dirt at the Metrodome site if Representative Lanning's bill goes forward. We're not turning dirt by the middle of August. I hope we turn dirt by the middle of December or something, but I'm not sure. So this should not hold up anything.
Discussion on the amendment to the amendment. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. No. The motion does not prevail. To the Benson M amendment. The gentleman from Washington, Representative Kriesel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I just want to remind, when we're talking about gambling addiction and gambling problems and social costs and all that, this bill contains provisions appropriating 1% of revenues to compulsive gambling treatment programs. Okay? This is a good way to pay for the stadium. Let's not mess with it. Let's not protect people from themselves. Again, we're talking about a small group of people that maybe can't control themselves, and I sympathize with that. But let's not punish the majority of responsible Minnesotans by saying, you know what, I think you're going to ruin your family, so I'm not going to give you that opportunity. That's crazy, members. That's crazy. Let's not mess with this. All right? I'd ask for a no vote.
The gentleman from Sibley, Representative Gruenhagen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. I rise in support of the Benson amendment. I strongly favor user fees. I'm also a Vikings fan. I want the Vikings to stay here in Minnesota. I share similar concerns about gambling, but I just want to share one of the things that was brought up in terms of the reliability of the funding mechanism, especially electronic pull tabs, in our discussion. The question was asked, is there anywhere else in the United States where using electronic pull tabs as a funding mechanism has been tried? And the answer was yes. In Iowa. What were the results? Well, the first year with electronic pull tabs, it was projected to bring in $15 million. It actually brought in $6 million. The second year, it was projected electronic pull tabs were projected to bring in $25 million, and it brought in $6 million. That's less than 1/4 of the projected revenues. So the funding mechanism is highly suspect here, especially when you look at the total projections of additional gambling. We're looking at total additional projections of $1,762,600,000 $731,000 additional dollars coming into gambling compared to the current, in addition to the current $989 million. That means it's a 180% increase, members, in gambling in the state of Minnesota. Consider this also. Gambling does not produce economic growth. It produces huge social cost. There's only 3 ways to grow the economy. The first way is to grow something like our farmers does. That actually creates additional wealth. The second way is to mine or drill for something, okay? That creates actually additional wealth. The third way is through making a product, manufacturing something. That creates additional wealth. Gambling and sports does none of those. That's why there's highly credible economists who've written papers about the claims of economic benefit for stadiums, and they don't materialize. Now, I'm for a certain level of entertainment, okay? But the fact is, we need to look at our state's economic situation. Consider this, members. We've got a $10 billion shortfall in our public pension plans with an 8.5% projected return, which many economists say is totally unrealistic. Our last decade return in pensions was 5.8%. If we take that 8.5% and reduce it down to 5.8, that $10 billion can easily project up over $15 billion shortfall, and that doesn't show up in the general fund deficit. Consider also that our credit rating in this state has been reduced from AAA, I believe, down to AA. We all know what that means. That means if our credit rating continues to be reduced, interest on bonds for the state, for our cities, for our counties, etc., our school districts will be higher. And higher interest rates means we're going to drain millions and millions of dollars into interest rather than principal with a lower credit rating. We need to grow our private sector economy. Sports stadiums and gambling doesn't do that. Let me just add quickly, you drain an additional $1.762 billion out of the rural area, you might as well start boarding up your small town businesses, because that's where that money's coming from. Instead of going towards food or products or your local businesses, it's going to be drained into gambling and down here into the stadium. And let me tell you, that's not going to produce true economic growth. It's going to reduce the growth in this state, and it's going to hurt our rural districts. Otherwise, I think it's a good idea. No. Just kidding. Finally, members, this. We are a resource-rich state. Think of those 3 ways to truly grow your economy. We have Polymet that wants to open a copper and mineral mine up north. We have Twin Metals that wants to open a copper mine. Do you know that according to the NPR reports, Twin Metals would create 80,000 tons of copper a day. And the copper is used in so many of our technology areas. We've got it bottled up with DNR and Minnesota pollution control regulations. We're strangling our own private economy, and then we want to build a stadium. Loose the private economy, and you'll have the revenues to do the things that you want and meet the needs of the Minnesota. Finally, whether it's coal or nuclear power plant, North Dakota has just filed a lawsuit against us because we don't want to import cheap electricity from coal-fired power plants. We need to keep our energy costs low for both our businesses and our families. Our regulations like 2525 are driving up our energy costs. That's hurting our private sector economy, and the result is you're having reduced tax revenues. So members, please support Representative Mike Benson's amendment. It's a better way than gambling. It's not going to hurt small town, and we need to have the NFL step up in the private sector if they want to support the stadium. Yeah, thanks, Mike. Okay, I'm going to need a little help. So members, I strongly recommend Mike Benson. Please vote green. Don't vote to exploit your fellow citizens for the benefit of an NFL team. And I want the Vikings to stay here. I believe there's a way to do it, but it's not the way that's being presented with unreliable tax revenues. Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members.
The gentleman from Itasca, Representative Ansels.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I urge a red vote on the Benson delete all amendment, and I urge the body to stick with Representative Lanning's proposal. It's a good one, and it's the best one we have. Full disclosure, during both the Perpich and Carlson administrations, I was the director of the Lawful Gambling Control Board. I know a little bit about games of chance. The first thing I know is that Minnesota is not Iowa. Minnesota is not Indiana. Minnesota is not South Dakota. Minnesotans have a generous appetite and interest in games of chance. Get over it. They want to participate in games of chance that are fair, that are legal, and have a purpose that benefits citizens and communities, and that's what lawful gambling does. Second point, every estimate done by the so-called experts on the revenue, on the drop, on the play, on what various games of chance will generate have always come in low, very low. And the actuality is there's more interest than even the experts know. Now, we have in this great state a hospitality economy, a hospitality industry that most of us, especially in greater Minnesota, would say is floundering. There are approximately 4,000 licensed beverage establishments, restaurants, resorts, and other venues where nonprofit organizations, charitable organizations, 501, 50c3s are able to use as sites for lawful gambling. Add to that your VFW, your Legion, your American Legion, your Moose, your Eagles, your Elks, and other organizations that are nonprofit but own their own buildings. All of these organizations are eligible venues to provide games of chance through Chapter 349, lawful gambling. It is my opinion that lawful gambling lawful contributions were steadily rising throughout the 80s and into the early 90s until the state became the largest recipients of lawful purpose expenditures. And since then, it has been on a flatter trajectory. 5 electronic devices with accountability, with a much better method of tracking dollars in, prizes out, just seems to me to be a good thing. And keep in mind that if you're fearful that it won't generate the money necessary and called for in this piece of legislation, most, if not every, projection in the past has fallen short. Members, this is the best opportunity we have to get us to the goal line. Please vote against the delete all Benson amendment and stick with the Lanning proposal.
The gentleman from Ramsey, Representative Paymar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members, and I rise in support of the Benson amendment. You know, talking to my constituents, and I'm sure you've, I don't know, hundreds, maybe close to thousands, I don't know how many emails we're getting, but people are saying, you know, they want to get it done. And I have nothing but good things to say about Representative Lanning, Representative Morrow, and everybody who's worked so hard on this bill. But I remember talking about this issue last year, and when people said, what do you support public subsidy for a Viking stadium? I'd say, because a lot of people in my district would say, not one penny. Not one penny. I don't agree with that. We help business out in our state. And that's why the proposal that Representative Benson proposes makes so much sense. Because when you tell people, what about user fees? What about naming rights? What about the people that use the Viking Stadium? Shouldn't they pay for it? They say yes. What if we created a TIF district around the Metrodome or the proposed stadium and allowed the Wilf family that are proficient developers to develop around that? Would that not raise money? Yes. What if the state contributed and the city contributed to infrastructure improvements around the new stadium? Yes. Those are all realistic. Those could build the stadium. I find it interesting that in the last couple of weeks, the business community has been clamoring, build the stadium, build the stadium. Not one penny have I heard committed from the business community for this stadium. Not one penny. Yet, they want us to impose the most regressive tax possible to build this stadium. This, to me, is not a morality issue around gambling. I have no problem with people gambling. It's an economic and social reality. And full disclosure, Representative Anzels, my hands, as I said in the tax committee, I've been involved with gambling too. Years ago, I was not a St. Paul representative, but I was a member of the Duluth City Council. In fact, I was president of the Duluth City Council when the Fond du Lac Casino was built. And this was an arrangement with the tribe in the city of Duluth to help the tribe out and to help the city of Duluth out that was suffering economically. I thought it was a good deal. I regret that vote. I regret my involvement. And I've gone full circle on my thinking about gambling, in part because of the work that I do, but I have seen families that have been destroyed by gambling addictions. Now I know, I don't know if there'll be the member from Farmington or the member from St. Louis that would get up and say, this is all part of, your vision of a nanny state. It's all everybody's free choice to gamble. But that's not the way this works. It's much like the tobacco industry. It's incredibly seductive, and everyone wants to buy that one lottery ticket. Everyone wants to place that one bet and hope that they're going to strike it rich. Well, I remember when I was in Europe once, and I put some money on a roulette table. I won $800, and I could not believe it. That night, I went home, and I had good dreams. And the next day, I lost $1,600. It just seemed like I was going to win that number again, and it never happened. I'm not a gambling addict, but I understand how this works. I've seen families devastated by it. This is not the source of revenue to build the stadium, in my view. And that's why I am supporting the Benson Amendment. Thank you.
The gentleman from Dakota, Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And I rise in opposition to the Benson Amendment, and I do it primarily for two reasons. Number one, Representative Benson, thank you again for your work. You've been very principled and consistent on this. However, if you look at the Benson handout regarding fee base and fee revenue by the year, you'll see that there is a parameter in there for media rights. That's one of the user fee revenues. And I'm not going to ask the author of the amendment to yield, but my understanding is that of the four major professional sports, no team, Major League Baseball, NFL, NBA, NHL, no one has ever had a state tax assessed on media rights, and there's some legality as to whether it could even happen or not. And I can assure you that while we may have differences of opinion on this issue, being nation leading and breaking precedent on a new tax is not something that will be viewed favorably and is likely, in my opinion, illegal. But second of all, and more importantly, is that in the coalition of this bill is that we have the charitable organizations in the state. The charitable organizations are huge winners under the current Lanning bill, providing more relief, more assistance for the free market, for people to help assist with their charitable organizations, and this would be completely gutted and completely wiped out in this bill. There would be no tax relief for the charitable organizations in this bill. And in addition, I would point out with the adoption of the amendment on a bipartisan basis earlier, we would actually be increasing the public's contribution to the facility based on the bill as it is drafted right now. So while I know that my good friend would never have done this on purpose, this amendment actually increases the public subsidy for the bill as it exists, and I would urge a no vote for those reasons.
The gentleman from Hennepin, Representative Carlson.
Mr. Speaker, members, I want to comment first of all about the social costs, and I'm just going to tell a little story, something that we all do. I was out a few years ago door knocking one day and wrapped at the store, and there was just sadness in that household. And the family had just been notified that they were going to lose their house. And the family member that was a gambler was also in charge of paying the bills, and had kept it a secret until that very day when I happened to rap at the door. The house was being foreclosed. All of a sudden I kind of became a counselor on the doorstep because there was sadness there, and the spouse that was surprised by it all, didn't know what was happening, simply needed somebody to talk to. So I just tell that story as a follow-up to what Representative Paymar was pointing out, and in my strong disagreement about comments earlier that somehow relying on gambling and expanding gambling is a good thing. It's not as though we don't have plenty of opportunity in the state of Minnesota today to gamble, but this is expanding it, and that's all you have to do is look at the numbers that are coming in. So there's the social costs, but in addition to that, if it were to happen, it's also a regressive approach to the funding of the stadium. Also, gambling is not reliable. There's some question about the issuing of the bonds. The bill, as I understand it, still has tipboards in, which flies in the face of federal law, and currently there's a court case going on, and we had some discussion about this in the tax committee the other day, in New Jersey. But you cannot tie gambling to the outcome of sporting events, and that's in this bill, and it generates a projection of about $16 million. Finally, I've been all along in favor of addressing the stadium construction, and I support, by the way, a stadium being built. I think we do need a stadium that is state-of-the-art. But it should be done, as some of the others and as the Benson Amendment does, with user fees. That's the way to go. And I've had conversations, as I'm sure everybody in this body has had, because the media would assume that the only thing we've been dealing with this legislative session is the stadium. And I remind people periodically, no, we've been doing some other things. And then lately I've been reminding them that it's actually only been the past few weeks that there's actually even been hearings on the stadium. That the discussions were with the work that the authors and so on were doing earlier, and the interest on the part of the media. But when I've had discussions with various groups, even recalling discussions after a town hall meeting we had one day when we had Vikings people there with all their attire on, talking about user fees as the approach. And people who were proponents of the stadium, people who were opponents because of the public funding, no one disagreed that user fees wouldn't be a good way to go, whether you're on one side of the issue or the other. So I would hope today that we eliminate the gambling as the source of revenue because of the social costs and the regressivity of it as a tax on our lowest income people. And we had testimony in taxes about that very point in terms of who would have a tendency to use the electronic pull tabs. They were the lower income, and it is regressive. So I would hope that for those reasons people support this amendment. I think that we could have a strong vote when it comes up for a final vote using user fees and move forward and have a state-of-the-art stadium as a result of this amendment going on.
The lady from Douglas, Representative Franzen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I struggle with the gambling portion on this being tied to the Viking Stadium. I'm not opposed to electronic gaming at all. I have supported this with my local businesses. I don't believe that is a expansion of gambling by any means, but simply updating from paper to electronic, modernizing the game per se. But with the funding mechanism of gaming tied to the stadium, it becomes the stadium that losers built. Losers. In order for the stadium to be paid, people have to lose their money in order for us to make those debt arrangements and payments. And that worries me. We are gambling to gamble to make the payments. Now, the electronic pull tabs, it is said, will bring $36 million to the state, $89 million distributed to charities, $28 million being paid for bars for rent, and $29.9 million is for equipment. And the bars in my local area are hoping that the gaming amendment or the gaming portion of the bill passes because they believe that this will help drive business back into the restaurants because they've been hurt by the smoking ban. They've been hurt by the .08, been hurt by minimum wage increases, and the bars are looking to bring some sort of excitement back into their facilities. And although that the Viking Stadium is going to be built in Minneapolis, residents in my district, they flock to their nearest location to watch the game and to pull some tabs. And this is for recreation. And I realize that there is a social cost to some with gambling, and that's a real concern too. But I take personal responsibility. We have gaming already in the state of Minnesota, people. We have the tribes have a monopoly, and Minnesota is actually ready to expand gaming per se as a way of a privately owned casino, which I disagree with at all. So I support the gaming portion of the bill. I just don't support tying the gaming to the stadium because, like I said, do we really want to have a stadium that losers had to build? Thank you.
The gentleman from Hennepin, Representative Champion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the author of the amendment yield for a question?
The gentleman will yield. The gentleman from Hennepin, Representative Champion.
Thank you. My first question centers around the site selection. It is my understanding, as I read that particular provision on page 11, that we would no longer be solely looking at the site being Minneapolis, but it appears from the language on page 11 that it could open up to other sites if one so chooses. Is that correct, or can you speak to that for me briefly? Thank you so much.
The gentleman from Olmsted, Representative Benson M.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Champion. That is correct. On page 11, Section 10, site selection, there will be an authority, a committee that will be selected, and as it's been stated prior to, that selection is made by August 1st, 2012, and other sites can be considered, and the only change to that would be that the governor would be able to extend that just 2 weeks.
The gentleman from Hennepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the author mind yielding for one last question?
The gentleman will yield. The gentleman from Hennepin.
Thank you, Representative Benson. Would you also be so kind as to tell me if in this amendment, if there's any provision that allows for inclusion of women and people of color on construction, contracting, labor, or even individuals who are from high unemployment or places or spaces where there's some real challenge around there, or high rates of poverty. So I noticed that in Lanning's, Representative Lanning's bill, that there is such language, but I was looking for such language in this particular bill, but I don't see any, and I'm looking specifically at page 14 going forward. Can you please speak to that question and whether there is such language in this bill?
The gentleman from Olmsted, Representative Benson M.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's nothing in the bill that would preclude the groups that you just mentioned. I would be more than happy as we move forward to make sure that language of comfort would be concluded, but there's absolutely nothing in the bill that would preclude any of those groups from bidding on any of these bills, contracts.
The gentleman from Hennepin, Representative Champion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, for those reasons that have been so eloquently articulated or answered by Representative Benson, that is a reason why I would also suggest that there's a red vote on this particular amendment. I understand that it does have a provision for an alternate form of funding for the stadium, but as you begin to look at it and dissect it, it only creates more of a challenge or even more confusion, because one, at least the Lanning bill today identifies the great city of Minneapolis as the place of space for the Viking Stadium, and not to mention that it would be a $1 billion investment in my district. I would hope that we would not go backwards, but we would look at going forward, and I would encourage a red vote.
The gentleman from Clay, Chair Lanning.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I have several comments about the Benson delete all amendment. First of all, members, this is an unusual move to have a delete all on a delete all here on the floor, but I understand the concerns that Representative Benson and others have. I very much respect all of you who have serious problems or concerns about any kind of gaming. I respect that opinion, but to in effect take any gaming out of this and then do some other things in its place produces some real problems. There are a number of problems with this amendment. Members, it delays the decision. It delays the decision. We need to make a decision, not delay it anymore. Members, I am very open and willing to look at other user fees. We have some user fees that we've got as blink-ons. I'm open to that. But if we think that we can replace all of the gaming revenues with user fees, I'm sorry to say that that just is not feasible. One of the things that this amendment does, on top of the sales tax for concessions and merchandise, the sales tax that the state imposes, the sales tax that the city imposes, we're looking at another 9.98% on top of that. We're looking at over 17 to 18% tax on items. I don't know how many of you have been to games where you really give second thoughts as to whether you want to buy a hot dog or a pop or anything because of the cost. Members, this amendment increases the cost very significantly and adds additional taxes to people who purchase that those items. This bill, members, for those of you who voted for the Garofalo amendment, my understanding, and Mr. Speaker, point of order, if I might.
State your point of order.
Mr. Speaker, the point of order would be if this, or I should say parliamentary inquiry. Let me put it that way.
State your parliamentary inquiry.
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Speaker. If this amendment were to go on, would the amendment that we just passed, the Garofalo amendment, be null and void?
That would be correct.
So, members, if you're intrigued by this and you supported the Garofalo amendment, I think you should vote no on this amendment.
The lady from Ramsey, Representative Hausman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Representative Garofalo earlier raised a point. Representative Lanning has raised a few points. I think our discussion and amendments show that in this body, people are still looking for something that is more acceptable to take to conference committee. Someone said earlier, I think, that's what conference committees are for. As questions arise about amendments offered on the floor, there is that opportunity. Why are we motivated to continue to look for other options? And I'm going to just, I think Representative Benson mentioned them earlier, but I'm going to talk about those numbers again. The Department of Revenue estimates the total gambling receipts will increase from $990 million to $2.75 billion by adding electronic pull tabs, electronic bingo, and sports tip boards. This represents a 178% increase in gambling. Is that a better Minnesota? How does the deal compare? The $548 million in public dollars for construction is the second highest public contribution in NFL history. Apparently Indianapolis is higher. We still, however, will be highest in operating costs. Representative Benson, I voted for the Garofalo amendment, and I don't see that it's incompatible with yours. And I wonder if you could quickly craft a way for us, before we vote on this, to figure out how we incorporate the Garofalo amendment in this. I don't see them as contradictory, and I think his also gets at that issue of the size of the package that we're talking about. Mr. Speaker, I don't know if a roll call has been requested, but if not, I would request a roll call.
Roll call having been requested. Are there 15 hands? Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. The gentleman from Hennepin, Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I rise because I'm kind of conflicted with the Benson Amendment. On one hand, I'm not a fan of gambling. It's been one of the sore points all along, and I've been participating in the meetings, the working group on this, meeting with the Vikings, meeting with Representative Lanning, and it's been the part of the bill that I've liked the least. But we were kind of forced into that corner. That was the only way we could do it. I mean, Representative Mahoney back here talked about timeline that he had about how it's shifted to Minneapolis, but that happened when the majority and the Speaker said that no, they weren't going to let St. Paul do what Minneapolis did with the Twins and let them raise the taxes that they wanted to raise to fund their portion over there, and so it kind of forced us into this direction of charitable gambling or lawful gambling, as I keep getting pointed out to me. But I'm conflicted because I like that. I also like his amendment because, as was pointed out here, the Garofalo amendment that went on that I voted against, it would get rid of that amendment. And I didn't get a chance to get up and speak on that amendment, but when we built the Metrodome 30 years ago, we set a ceiling on how much we were going to spend. And we ended up building that stadium on the cheap. And So I mean, I'm thinking about voting for this because of that, because we'll get rid of that amendment. Because when we built it on the cheap 30 years ago, right now we're having to replace that stadium. Instead of building it right the first time, and if we had spent a little more money building it 30 years ago, we wouldn't be having this discussion today about replacing the Metrodome. We'd be looking at spending money, looking at remodeling and looking at it, and it'd be a lot less money than we're doing now. But because we built it 30 years ago on the cheap, we're now having to look and replace it. I don't want to have legislators in the future, 30 years from now, have to have this discussion all over again about having to replace a stadium because we built it on the cheap. So I mean, it kind of intrigues me a little bit. We'll get rid of that amendment, but then on the other hand, Garofalo could rewrite his amendment and put it back on, and we're right back at that thing. I say vote red on this amendment. Going through the working group, we looked at user fees. We'll have these discussions and that. We looked at all these things, different ways of funding it. And it came down to this was the only way, given the restrictions put on us by the majority and by the speaker, that this was the only way we could do it. So I say vote this amendment down, even though I'm not the biggest fan of lawful gambling. I'm not the biggest fan of gambling at all. This is kind of the way we have to do it. And because it also will help the charities out there that do this gambling. We're giving them a tax break. We're working it out so they can get better take on it. It's going to help them along with helping us get a stadium built. So I say vote this amendment down.
The lady from Ramsey, Representative Scalzi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would urge the body to support the Benson amendment. I just don't believe that these very devoted Viking fans that are sending us emails and lobbying down here, I don't believe that they would not be willing to provide a little extra support as their portion of the user fees. I'm a Vikings fan. I would be glad to contribute if possible. And you know, we've had at least 4 bills here in the legislature this year, a number of good bills that I've been following. This is the only one we're looking at today. But don't forget that if this gambling proposal doesn't provide the needed revenue, then the state is going to have to raise taxes to pay off the bonds. It's that simple. We're talking about a questionable revenue source. So I would say vote for the Benson amendment, and then let's all help pay our share on this as we support the Vikings. I just think it's what we need to do for the best job for Minnesota.
The gentleman from Nicollet, Representative Morrow.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to express the same view as Representative Lanning did. I'm fine with user fees. I'm fine with the user fees, but I think, Representative Benson, your delete everything goes too far. I don't see the logical connection between supporting user fees and reopening the site selection. Reopening the site selection, capping the state's contribution, which I understand in the Garofalo amendment. I heard Representative Garofalo say it's flexible. But doing all that and reopening the site, to me, is an unnecessary step backwards. Had this amendment simply focused on user fees, that would be much more acceptable to me. And I know, looking at the stack of amendments we have, we're going to get a chance to vote on user fees. There are user fee amendments in the stack that are going to be coming before us, which retain Minneapolis as a local partner. And there were, given the amount of work to create that relationship and the term sheet between the state, the city of Minneapolis, and the team, adopting the Benson amendment not only undermines what we just did with the Garofalo amendment, but to me it essentially brings us back to square one. We're doing this all over again. I'll be voting no on the Benson amendment.
Gentleman from Hennepin, Representative Downey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the author of the amendment yield to a question?
The gentleman from Olmsted will yield. The gentleman from Hennepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Benson, I'm curious, on page 13 at the bottom of the amendment, it says that once the bonds are paid off, the commissioner would adjust the fee rate to a level at which the fees would continue so that they could actually pay the annual operating expenses previously borne by the NFL team and local entity. Am I to read this correctly, that sometime out in the future, 30 years from now or whenever this might occur, that these fees would stay in effect, and they would actually pay the NFL teams contribution to the Stadium Authority for its ongoing operating expenses. Could you explain how you envision that working?
The gentleman from Olmsted, Representative Benson M.
Mr. Speaker and Representative Downey, actually, as it does read, it's explained exactly the way that you just stated it. There are a number of things in here as we move through that I would like to amend. In fact, the bill that I had, or the amendment that I had to add the tax for on the drink per tax, had it sunset. And as we move forward, if this would become the delete all, I'm already working on amendments like adopting the Garofalo amendment, eliminating the site selection if that's the coalition I need to build, and adding a piece in there that would sunset it once the bills the bonds are paid for.
The gentleman from Hennepin.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Benson, I'm seriously evaluating your amendment here, and I'm wondering whether or not, if you do find a way, as Representative Hausman suggested, to lay the Garofalo amendment into your bill. I'm sure the concern of the team, the NFL team, with the Garofalo amendment is going to be, where do they come up with $105 million additional burden for themselves? And it seems to me that your arrangement here, where the users of the facility and those who enjoy the team and the games would actually be contributing some there, I'm guessing that this would be considered by the team an offset to their ongoing kind of life cycle costs that might compensate enough to make the Garofalo amendment that much more feasible for them in terms of their own financial analysis of the deal. So thank you for the answer, and thank you for the amendment for us to consider.
The gentleman from Crow Wing, Representative Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and members. You know, I rise in opposition to the Benson Amendment, members. A lot with what Representative Van Zelk said, and a lot of what Representative Garofalo said is the reason I'm opposing the amendment. You know, members, I plan to vote, and I want to vote for the stadium to keep our Vikings here in the state of Minnesota. And I'm gonna vote for the stadium for a number of reasons. But one of the reasons that I like the Lanning bill, and I really appreciate the work that Representative Lanning and Representative Marl have done on the bill, is that it offers our charitable gambling organizations a break that they need. And members, I have heard over and over and over again in my district from the charitable gambling organizations that provide resources for our youth athletics, for our youth organizations, for our youth clubs. They want to participate and help much more in our communities for those organizations, but they can't. And they are close, some of them are close to being shut down totally. And members, Representative Lanning's bill offers that. Thank you, Representative Lanning. It offers our charitable organizations members in all of our communities in the state of Minnesota, all of our communities members, an opportunity for charitable gambling to also make a pact. So this is a bill that was a win bill for the Vikings, for the people in the stadium in the Minnesota, and also for charitable gambling in the state of Minnesota. So members, you know, it'd be nice if we had maybe a balance of both, but we don't at this point. So, you know, because of that, members, I'd urge you to vote no on the Benson amendment.
Discussion. The gentleman from Olmsted, Representative Benson M.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to make sure that I address some of the things that were brought up for Representative Lanning. Pulling out the gambling would cause problems. Exactly. Not pulling it causes vastly more problems. To the subject-specific libertarians on the other side that know their economics well, you know, the externality of this whole issue. We govern a lot of things, folks. For the libertarian folks, we have speed limits, for crying out loud, right? I mean, the libertarians would have us believe that we ought to do away with all laws, anything certainly that would prohibit people from expanding gambling, but we have speed limits because we know that the additional cost to the rest of us to allow there not to be a speed limit would be enormous. And for those of you who argue on this floor about the quality of life that we have because of the pollution controls that we've added through legislation, the externality of not doing it if we wouldn't do it, the cost of health care and so on and so forth. So to believe that we can leave this floor conscience-free, that we crafted the absolute best bill, I can't imagine that. I can't imagine that the 25 to 50,000 people that we can dismiss so easily to the dilemma that be in. I'm more than happy to accommodate many of the things that were brought up today. I will not compromise on the gambling portion. I would hope that many of you who run on being caring for the least of these would do the same thing. You know, when we had the $600 million lottery not more than 2 or 3 weeks ago, you can imagine I didn't buy a ticket. You know where the longest lines were, folks? They're about 2 blocks away in the community that can least afford it. Now, most of you folks, actually, that represent St. Paul and Minneapolis. Talk about a regressive tax. Did we lose all conscience about that? This is my one last plug, to tug on your heartstrings just a little bit, to maybe make a difference in the lives of thousands of people. In my definition of fun is certainly not seeing somebody lose their house, or kids going without something to eat, daddy coming home and beating mommy because she complained that he lost the paycheck again because he bought the whole box of pull tabs. I didn't say, the first time I spoke, that the first person who got up of the 3, you know what he got addicted on? Pull tabs. And I can remember the testimony in the committee of how excited the manufacturer of these devices was, because it was going to open up an entirely new market. Well, as we sit here gaming with our phones and laptops and our children at home, and they're gaming with their Nintendos and other devices. I guess we're not supposed to name brands on the House floor, but the fact is, you get the picture. Sure, you know, this idea that we're not going to be expanding gambling, what's $1.9 billion if that's not expanding? And for you, not a penny more, folks? You know, we're spreading this across the state. It's not going to be limited to the people who will enjoy the sport of football the most and are willing and probably more well-heeled so that they can go to a game, pay for a ticket and a hot dog and all that. No, we're going to be gaming the people out in rural Minnesota and in areas of St. Paul and Minneapolis that can least afford it. You've probably heard enough, and I think we've had a lively debate, and there's going to be more amendments. But folks, this is the first amendment. It won't be the only amendment that takes a hard look at how we're going to fund this stadium. And I'm more than happy to continue to work with whoever on the floor to accept amendments. In fact, I've been trying to talk a little bit longer, hoping that maybe we could get the Garofalo thing here so I could add it on immediately. Yeah, the author doesn't want me to do that, but folks, you got to look hard. We're going to take a vote here pretty quick. A lot of people saying they're going to vote red. I don't know if anybody else is even going to stand up to speak for the least of these, but I'm done. Thank you.
Discussion. The clerk will take the roll on the amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 57 ayes and 74 nays, the amendment is not adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Benson and others moving to amend House File 1485 as amended as follows. The amendment is coded A84.
The gentleman from Olmsted, Representative Benson M.
Well, you always want to have, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You always want to have a backup plan. Members, before you, I have a simple little amendment. We're about to embark on a significant expansion of gambling, 25,000 minimum new devices in 25 to 3,500 locations. You've already heard my passion about why we shouldn't, but you've just voted to make sure that we do. This amendment would do one thing, and that is it would instruct the legislative auditor to do a gambling study. What is the real impact of the choices that we make here on the body on the people that that are impacted by this legislation? So it's a simple audit that's required 2 years after the bill would be signed to look at the longitudinal effects of gambling on social pathologies and on low-income communities. Simple bill. Just said, what'd you do? You voted for expansion of gambling. Did that have the impact on that gambling typically does on families? And Mr. Speaker, I'd ask for a roll call.
Roll call having been requested. Are there 15 hands? Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call discussion. The gentleman from Dakota, Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, a few weeks ago we had an amendment that was similar to this on a different matter where we were directing the legislative auditor to do something. And as a member of the Audit Commission, I'd encourage you to vote against the amendment. Representative Benson, I understand your desire, and I may share that on relating to the gambling study, but we have a long precedent, members, of opposing direct legislative direction to the Legislative Audit Commission. We have the process that all of us have gone through for doing program audits and fiscal audits. The secondary consideration here is that this study would not be funded. It's being set up in future years to look at this and doing a longitudinal effects of gambling on social pathologies and low-income communities. That perhaps is maybe a University of Minnesota doctoral thesis rather than a legislative audit study. I think that, and maybe Representative Lanning can correct me if I'm wrong, but in his bill it has legislative auditor review as any publicly funded entity would have to look at both the fiscal and the program things. We could go through the normal process. So although this may have good intent, Representative Benson, we have tried not to do legislative direction by statute or session law of having the legislative auditor do something. So I'd recommend a no vote.
Discussion. The gentleman from Scott, Representative Beard.
Mr. Speaker, members, thank you. As 8-year member and current chair of the Legislative Audit Commission, I would also respectfully request a no vote for the reasons Representative Hansen just noted, and those of you that are concerned about looking into the, I think it's called social pathologies and impact on low-income communities. Note that there are a couple of organizations, nonprofits, that already work in this area. I'd probably be delighted to contract for this kind of work and let us know how things are going. But the Audit Commission will be looking at the cash flow, the accounting of the monies, so on and so forth. But to look into social impacts of any program, pro or con, is just a little bit of a reach beyond, I think, what we've intended for the Auditor's Office to do. Not to mention the longstanding tradition of working through the Legislative Audit Commission as they develop the program of work and direct the auditor. I'd request a no vote. Thank you.
The gentleman from Olmsted, Representative Benson M.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to make an oral amendment.
Please state your oral amendment.
On line 1.5, after auditor strike shall, and replace that with is requested to.
The clerk will report the oral modification.
Benson M. moving to modify his amendment on page 1, line 5, after auditor, delete the shall, and insert is requested to.
All in favor say aye. No. Opposed say no.
Mr.
Motion
Speaker.
prevails.
Mr. Speaker.
To the amendment as amended, the lady from Hennepin, Representative Kahn.
Okay. I was going to ask also make another suggestion to the author for an amendment to the amendment, which is to strike the line on 1.7 and 1.8 that says the study shall examine, so that we allow the legislative order to determine the scope of the study. If that's acceptable, that's a suggestion to the author of the amendment.
Are you asking the gentleman from Olmsted to yield?
Yes.
The gentleman from Olmsted.
Thank you, Representative Kahn. Mr. Speaker, I will take that amendment and strike those lines.
So is that just incorporated?
Okay, the author is modifying his amendment.
Okay.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Benson M. is modifying his amendment on line 7.
Can't he just do it?
After the period, delete the language after the period on line 8. Delete the language before the.
The author has modified his modified amendment. The lady from Hennepin, Representative Kahn.
Mr. Speaker, I had also, when Representative Benson had came to me to sign on this amendment, I had also made the comments that were made by Representative Hansen and Representative Beard. But I can also say that in many times, we have members, and I'm also a member of the Legislative Audit Commission, and we have always rejected the amendments that gave a specific requirement, but we have accepted language in the past that makes a suggestion to the legislative order to do that. And it's obviously something that would be looked at by the Legislative Audit Commission and could be refused if it is so. And I think the funding arrangements in this, if it's done, and remember nothing else would follow if it's done, does come from the funding of the stadium. So I would urge people to support this form of the Benson Amendment.
Discussion to the modified amendment. The gentleman from Clay, Chairman Lanning.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Benson, I think there's an additional problem in lines 10 and 11. I'm wondering if you would be willing to temporarily set this aside and rework it so we'd have a revised amendment as per your wishes and as per the discussion we've had here so far.
The gentleman from Olmsted.
Representative Landon, I'm more than willing to work with you on it. I have you didn't make a promise, of course, but a gentleman's agreement that if we can work on this and incorporate it, I will drop the amendment.
The amendment has been withdrawn. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Runbeck and others moving to amend House File 1485 as amended as follows. The amendment is coded 615.
The lady from Anoka, Representative Runbeck.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker and members, this is a fairly simple amendment. We have been told that this is the People's Stadium. And so far, I'm not very convinced that there's much in it that's really for the average, everyday person. We're going to have very high ticket prices. I guess we don't know the price yet. We've got a regressive tax funding source. The taxpayers are put at risk, on and on and on. But the minimum requirement, it seems to me, to have it be a People's Stadium is that those folks who primarily enjoy the team by watching it on TV are going to be assured that it will be on TV and it will be on free TV. And so this would simply say that they make a commitment to providing their broadcast and viewership on a public channel. So I urge your support.
Discussion to the Runbeck Amendment. The lady from Hennepin, Representative Loeffler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I'm pleased to join Representative Runbeck on this. We are both working on a similar amendment. And I have to say the idea for this came to me from one of my most avid Sparks fans. And he came up to me at a town meeting and said, I hope you won't support a new Viking stadium. And this is someone who had supported the Twins stadium, had supported the Gophers stadium. And I said, what's the change of heart? And he said, because every time you build a stadium, I can't watch the games anymore. He's someone who doesn't feel he can afford cable TV. He said when we had children, we decided that was the one luxury we could give up to save for their education. And so he said, you built the Gophers and they went to the exclusive Big Ten station. You built the Twins and a year later they're only on cable, and I want to have one Minnesota team I can keep watching. So I think that this is a great opportunity for us to say you can still be on cable, but in Minnesota, the Minnesotans who are helping pay for this stadium get a chance to watch the game play. That's what happens right now for most of the games, and I think we ought to support this. Thanks much.
Gentleman from Clay, Chairman Lanning.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Representative Runbeck, if I understand the intention of your motion, it would be that there be no blackouts. Would you yield for a question?
The lady will yield. The gentleman from Clay.
Representative Runbeck, is that your intention, that there be no blackouts, that they be required not to have a blackout?
The lady from Anoka, Representative Runbeck.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Lanning, that's essentially it. It really, though, is requiring not only that, but that it be available on a broadcast station. I mean, somewhere that some people don't have to have a cable subscribership to watch it.
The gentleman from Clay, Chair Lanning.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the NFL has rules with regard to blackout, and I would urge a no vote.
Gentleman from Nicollet, Representative Morrow.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, would Representative Runbeck yield to a couple questions?
The lady from Anoka will yield. The gentleman from Nicollet.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm sorry, Representative Runbeck, I just can't see you. But my first question would be, could you tell us a little bit about the current TV contract? Is the contract between the team and a local broadcaster? Is it between the league and a local and a national broadcaster? I'd like to understand the current TV contract that the Vikings operate under.
The lady from Anoka, Chair Runbeck.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Morrow, I'm frankly looking ahead. I don't know what the current contract provides, but there's certainly rumors floating around that because of the NFL's insatiable need to, have more profits and more revenues, they're talking even about a specific premium NFL sports cable network. So we don't know what they're going to do. I don't know what the current contract is. We're simply saying that, down the road here, if we go ahead with the stadium, that it will be available to the average everyday viewer and fan on their local TV.
Gentleman from Nicollet, Representative Morrow.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If Representative Runbeck would continue to yield.
The lady will yield.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Runbeck, I'm not asking a question that I do know the answer to, but my second question then would be, do you intend for this to apply to the next television contract that the Vikings negotiate? Because they may be under a current contract right now. I'd be a little concerned about interfering with that contract. So do you intend your amendment to apply to the next television contract?
The lady from Anoka, Chair Runbeck.
Mr. Speaker and Representative Morrow, and I understand that there is a new contract that is being negotiated or soon is going to be into effect And as a result, the NFL owners are enriched even more because of that new contract. So, you know, they may have rules against this, but hey, this is the People's Stadium. This is the state of Minnesota. And what we want perhaps should enter into this agreement. I mean, so much of it to this point has been all about what the Vikings want. They want this and they want that. Well, how about the average viewer, the average fan?
Gentleman from Nicollet, Representative Morrow.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Runbeck, I'm agreeing with you. Maybe it sounds like I'm disagreeing. I agree. But I think that the amendment itself just needs to be tightened up. That's my concern. It's not about the concept, it's about the language. So, for example, members, it doesn't state a geographical area. So do the Vikings now have to make sure that their games are on local TV for free anywhere in the country? Is it just Minnesota? Is it the 5-state region? So it's not clear. I wouldn't, as a Viking or as the NFL, know where I have to have the local broadcast. It says a local broadcast partner. We might actually have to have multiple local broadcast partners, even to cover just the state of Minnesota. I'm thinking, for example, in my area, KEYC might be different than the broadcaster that's local to Representative Van Zels. So I think the concept is okay. I think it's especially okay, Representative Runbeck, if you're looking forward to the next contract, because I'd be a little bit worried about interference with contract and creating a law that interferes with the contract between private parties. So, Representative Runbeck, I'm okay with the idea. I'm not going to ask you to yield, but I just think it needs to be tightened to be specific as to the contract, the partners, the geographic area would be 3 things I think need to be cleaned up before we can add this to the bill.
The gentleman from Pope, Representative Anderson P.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker and members. I had a couple of questions also for Representative Runbeck, kind of covered by Representative Morrow. Representative, I assume your amendment here, and I agree with the concept of your amendment to allow people of the entire state to watch the Vikings on TV. But what about somebody who lived in Moorhead, for example, or let's say Laverne, who may watch the Vikings on a channel out of Fargo or Sioux Falls, South Dakota? How would we ensure that those people also had access to watching the Vikings on a free channel on a blackout day or a Monday night game? If she would yield, Mr. Speaker.
The lady will yield. The lady from Anoka, Chair Runbeck.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and perhaps to both Representative Morrow and Representative Anderson. I see your point, Representative Morrow, and I wonder if it would satisfy you to say have local broadcast partners that provide free access to the general public in Minnesota. Something to that effect, and maybe that would satisfy Representative Anderson.
The gentleman from Pope, Representative Anderson P.
Again, thanks, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Runbeck. Again, I understand and see the reason for your amendment, but how are we going to make a channel in Fargo or Sioux Falls carry a Vikings game to satisfy your amendment? And my other question, maybe you could comment on that, and I guess I'm old school, but back when I was in school, broadcast meant radio, and television was a televised event. So I assume you're talking about television and not radio here?
Is the gentleman from Pope asking the lady from Anoka to yield? The lady will yield. The lady from Anoka, Chair Runbeck.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Anderson, broadcast is referring to television, yes. So it's silent on radio. I'm certain that we don't have to, dictate what happens on radio. That seems to be fairly easily available pretty much anywhere. But it seems to me if we were to say in Minnesota, broadcast partners that provide free access to the general public in Minnesota, we might have it clarified. Mr. Speaker, would Representative Morrow yield?
Actually, Representative Anderson has the floor. The gentleman from Pope, Representative Anderson.
Mr. Speaker, I was deep in thought again with my floor mate here, and I missed the question and comment, and I apologize for that if she was asking me a question.
Representative Anderson is yielding the floor. We'll now go to Representative Ansels, the gentleman from Itasca.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Representative Runbeck, I'm concerned about rural areas of the state. I'm concerned about rural, remote northern Minnesota. And I can tell you, you only have 2 options where I live. You either have cable or you have satellite. Your antenna, which used to work in 1953, no longer works. No TV, none. And I just don't know how this would work for poor people living in remote northern Minnesota and other parts of rural Minnesota. Perhaps you can help me. Would you yield, please?
The lady will yield. The lady from Anoka, Representative Runbeck.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Representative Anselk, I'm sorry I didn't hear the question.
The gentleman from Itasca, Representative Ansels.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Runbeck, in many areas of rural Minnesota which are remote, if you don't have cable, if you don't have satellite, you have an antenna which doesn't work anymore. How does that person access the Viking games under your proposal?
The lady will yield. The lady from Anoka, Chair Runbeck.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Anselk, I am not sure how they do it now. If their antenna is broken, I'm not sure I'm trying to fix that. But perhaps you can answer the question.
The gentleman from Itasca, Representative Ansels.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Representative Runbeck, in the latter situation, you search throughout the township for somebody who might have cable or a satellite. You hope you get lucky, and you hope they invite you in to watch the game.
Good. Mr. Speaker,
she will yield. The lady from Anoka, Representative Runbeck.
If I could, I would like to try an oral amendment.
State your oral modification.
And the second line, the NFL's team will agree to have local broadcast partners, plural, that provide free access to the general public in Minnesota.
The clerk will report the modification.
Runbeck modifying her amendment to House File 1485, the 615 amendment, as follows on page 1, line 5, delete A, and further on line 5, delete partner and insert partners. And on page 1, line 6, after public, insert in Minnesota.
The amendment has been modified. Discussion. The lady from Hennepin, Representative Loeffler.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, you know, we have some time at your conference committee to fine-tune these kind of concepts, but this is to start the dialogue. And I think, you know, the ordinary Minnesotan who's going to be helping pay for this, whether it's going to their local bar and buying an electronic pull tab or participating in gambling, or in my community when they just go and buy shampoo and toilet paper at the local store, are going to have a chance to see the Vikings play. And it's going to be really tough to explain how we could step up for the people who can afford to pay for the tickets. That right now the cheapest ticket is like $39 a piece, and I think you probably have to put, you know, the Ticketmaster charges and everything else on that. It's just out of reach at the current levels for many, many, many of the Minnesotans who are going to be helping pay for this new facility. And I think they expect us, if we're going to invest this much public money, to step up and say, the people will have access to the games that are played in the People's Stadium. And it may have to be maybe by going to the local bar if they've got the satellite, if you're in a remote part of the state, rather than being able to watch it in your living room. But I'm hoping that every Minnesotan who contributes financially feels like they have a chance to watch it, because I know there will be a backlash if the only people who get to see the Vikings play after we've invested this much public money is the very wealthiest in our community. We've heard from a lot of people across the country who have the money to fly in and see a game. I'm more concerned about the person who can't afford a ticket but still wants to see the play. Thank you.
Gentleman from Nicollet, Representative Morrow.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Representative Runbeck, I'm not going to ask you to yield, but I'm going to suggest that you withdraw the amendment, at least temporarily. You've addressed one question, but there are other questions you'll need to deal with. For example, your amendment says that the NFL team shall find a local partner. What if a local partner refuses? What if one of the TV stations says, you know what, we're actually showing something else, we don't want to show the Vikings game? I don't know that it's going to happen, but it could happen. Another question would involve things like Monday night, Sunday night, or Thursday night football games. Those are on a national contract. Do the Vikings even have the ability to show it on free local broadcast? So you might want to say things like, to the extent possible, the team shall negotiate with local broadcast partners. So I'm just suggesting, I'm not suggesting voting it down, I'm suggesting you briefly withdraw it to allow for those circumstances and then bring it back up for a vote.
The gentleman from Dakota, Representative Garofalo. The lady from Anoka, Chair Runbeck.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, I think that Representative Loeffler's idea is probably very, very apt, and I would like to have a roll call for this, Mr. Speaker.
Roll call having been requested. Are there 15 hands? Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Discussion. Gentleman from Dakota, Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And again, I would rise in opposition to this amendment. Members, just to be clear, the current NFL TV contract has already been signed with 5 major networks. It goes through 2022. This amendment would assume that the National Football League and the 5 major TV networks that are telecasting NFL games would reopen their contracts worth nearly $40 billion, and in a result to accommodate this. This is simply not something that is reasonable and practical and would happen. I would urge members to vote no on the amendment.
Discussion. Gentleman from St. Louis, Representative Gautier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Representative Garofalo, I'm going to support you in that. This leftist doesn't understand why that side of the aisle is trying to mess with capitalism. So vote red.
Discussion. Lady from Anoka, Chair Runbeck.
Mr. Speaker, I'm hopeful that we will ask the Vikings to do some things for our people in our state that the other teams aren't going to do, something outside the contract. Let's ensure that this is a public good, that it really is a public good. This is the one way to guarantee that when we put money out, make this commitment, that it'll benefit everybody.
Discussion. The clerk will take the roll on the amendment as modified. Members, please vote. The clerk will close the roll. Benson M. votes no. There being 40 ayes and 91 nays, the amendment as modified is not adopted. There is an amendment. The desk clerk will report the amendment.
Champion and others moving to amend House File 1485, as amended as follows. The amendment is coded A38.
The gentleman from Hennepin, Representative Champion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is an amendment that does something that I believe to be very important. You will see before you, first of all, that the amendment has bipartisan support, both on this side and the other side of the aisle. It specifically speaks to page 76 of the bill. And what it does is that it deletes from the bill the provision that uses Hennepin County 0.15% sales tax used to construct the Twins ballpark as a backup funding mechanism or a source for the Viking Stadium. The legislation as we see it, currently uses several taxes to provide a backup revenue stream to pay off the bonds for the new Viking Stadium. Some of those backup taxes are appropriate, like a tax on the Vikings luxury boxes. However, the sales tax that Hennepin County commissioners voted to impose for the Twins ballpark is not one of them. Hennepin County has used excess revenues from this tax to already pay off $19.9 million in bonds in advance of their scheduled payment dates. In effect, Hennepin County is prepaying the outstanding debt, thereby hastening the day when the bonds will disappear. You'll also see on your desk, and I had delivered to you a letter from the Board of Hennepin County Commissioners that further outlines the fact that the tax currently raises, this Hennepin County tax currently raises $3 to $4 million a year beyond the current debt requirement. The county has both variable and fixed rate bonds outstanding. The county is currently in the process of paying off its variable rate bonds more rapidly than scheduled. Depending on future sales tax collections, it is likely that the county will be able to pay off the bonds prior to the 30-year originally planned for. That is a good thing. We need to remember that there's still a long time that the county has to pay off the bonds and interest rates, and that could change, and it's possible sales tax, which are highly volatile, can change. As a simple rule, we should not fix something that is not broken. And this amendment that is before you validates, in my opinion, local control. There are serious constitutional issues about the state legislature disturbing a local law that was approved and imposed by a local government for a local purpose. We need to keep faith without prior action with commitments to Hennepin County. If the backup tax provisions remain in the bill, we effectively extend the sales tax. That's what we'll do. If you favor eliminating taxes, vote for this amendment. I think that this is why my colleague, Representative Downey, is also co-author, as well as others that are on the other side of the aisle. This is truly a conservative amendment, in my opinion. Lastly, the representative from Goldman Sachs testified during the Senate debate that revenue streams from the pool tabs and the convention center sales tax were sufficient to guarantee the appropriation bond. In other words, the backup taxes are not needed. I have spoken to Representative Lanning, and I am confident that he will accept this amendment, so I hope that he is still planning to accept this as a friendly amendment. So vote green.
Members, if we could take a moment to recognize a former member who has joined us, former Rep. Mark Mann from Bloomington, served from 1993 to 1998. The gentleman from Clay, Chair Lanning.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support the Champion Amendment.
Discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion prevails. Amendment is adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Barrett and others moving to amend House File 1485 as amended. The amendment is coded 1034.
The gentleman from Chisago, Representative Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is an amendment I think all of us can agree to, hopefully. Regardless of your point of view on the particular bill, if you think the bill in its current form is a bad bill, this amendment would make that bad bill a little bit better. If you think this bill is a good bill, this amendment would make that good bill just slightly better. What it does is it allows for the NFL and the Minnesota Vikings to agree on having the new stadium, if erected, host a Super Bowl within 3 years of construction. On the bottom part of it, it does create a penalty if that does not happen. But the idea for this bill is, or this amendment, folks, is to make the bill slightly better. In the history of the NFL, there's been roughly 50 Super Bowls. The Minnesota state has been a host for one of them back in 1992, 20 years ago. Lately, it has been the practice in the NFL to award Super Bowls generally to sites that either have warm weather or have a new stadium. In the next 3 years, the sites have been taken from 2013, 2014, 2015. After that, there has been no site selected yet. After 2015, these sites are open. What happens now is the NFL, in May of each year, a small group of NFL owners meet in private and they agree on a Super Bowl site for the next period of time. Usually it's done 3 years ahead of time. Generally what happens is host communities bid on hosting that Super Bowl, and this would allow for Minnesota, because of having a new stadium, to be automatically given a Super Bowl within 3 years of the opening of the stadium. Members, I ask for your support and would be open to any questions you might have.
Discussion. The gentleman from Clay, Chair Lanning.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, as I indicated earlier, I think we have a very good shot at bringing a Super Bowl to Minnesota again if we have a new facility. The league has indicated that we would certainly be a likely candidate for a selection. This is an unnecessary amendment, and I particularly find a problem with the penalty provision here. That just does not send a good message to the National Football League. I'm sorry.
Discussion. The gentleman from Chisago, Representative Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I understand the penalty would be harsh. However, the idea of the amendment is not to have a harsh penalty. It's to have a Super Bowl in Minnesota within 3 years. If you look at Target Field and the fact that Target Field's been open for 3 years now, and it's been the practice of the Major League Baseball to award an all-star game to new stadiums. That has not happened yet. It may happen in the future, but it has not happened yet. There's been no agreement. So if it is the practice of the NFL or the Major League Baseball, in this case the NFL, to award a Super Bowl to a host facility, let's put it in writing. I've been involved in contract negotiations in the past, and I've found that to rely on the goodwill of some folks after the contract is signed is not the best practice. All this does is put things in writing. Thank you.
Gentleman from Stearns, Representative Banyan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I actually am going to help with this one. I actually believe this is not a useful amendment. Not only is it true for the reasons Chair Lanning has indicated that we already do get these, but there's pretty good evidence based on studies that the actual economic impact of these Super Bowls is way overstated by the boosters. It typically is barely a fraction of the $300 to $400 million dollars. Sometimes, indeed, according to a study I was just looking at, there's a 23% chance, according to that study, that there actually is a negative impact. Jacksonville lost money. Detroit lost money from their studies. There's no need for this. I don't think it's actually very useful, and I'm going to vote red.
Discussion. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. No. The motion is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Champion and others moving to amend House File 1485 as amended as follows. The amendment is coded 582.
The gentleman from Hennepin, Representative Champion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and hopefully this is another amendment that will be another friendly amendment and will be adopted by Representative Lanning. Already in the bill, we've worked very hard to make sure that there is a real concentration on getting people off the bench and back to work. And if you look at page 15, it is to really encourage for there to be inclusion of women, the disabled, and people of color when we think in terms of contracting and a workforce. And so all this language does is just goes a little step further, not further, just to strengthen that language that we already have there. And I have had an opportunity to talk to Representative Lannings about this, and so I hope that you all will agree and adopt this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Discussion to the amendment. The gentleman from Clay, Chair Lanning.
Mr. Speaker and members, I accept this amendment.
Discussion. All in favor say aye. Opposed say no. The motion prevails. There is an amendment to the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Scott moving to amend House File 1485 as amended as follows. The amendment is coded 606.
The lady from Anoka, Representative Scott, to your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment is simply saying that we want to make sure that every worker that is employed with the building of a stadium is a documented worker, and that's the essence of the amendment. Thank you.
Discussion to the Scott amendment. All in favor say aye. Oh, excuse me. The gentleman from Dakota, Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, members, while I agree with the content of this language, and this is something that earlier this session Governor Dayton has vetoed as part of the E-Verify bill. And so we have a very good bipartisan coalition on this. We certainly want to make sure that the governor stays on board. And members, I would ask for a no vote on the amendment.
Discussion. The gentleman from Itasca, Representative Ansels.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To my good friend, Representative Scott, you can take some comfort that assuming there's a project labor agreement, assuming that there's Minnesota contractors and businesses doing the work on this great Viking stadium, and assuming that they hire those Minnesota workers who work for all the trades, we won't have any problem at all with undocumented workers, I can assure you.
Discussion. The gentleman from Hennepin, Representative Winkler.
Representative Scott, we have debated this issue, this E-Verify issue, in committee and on the floor this year. As Representative Garofalo said, the bill was passed and it was vetoed. And you can say what you want and you can vote how you want on the stadium bill. But one thing that I have heard loud and clear from my constituents and from people around the state is that we are supposed to stop playing games with bills that create jobs. Earlier when we passed the bonding bill, every single member of the Democratic caucus voted to create jobs. 32 members voted no. They were all Republicans. And your amendment just brings up the kind of divisive politics, the immigration politics that is disrupting our ability to get anything done. I don't love this stadium bill. I'm going to vote for it in the end. But playing games and messing around with issues that are important to Minnesotans is not the way to govern. The way to govern is to get serious, focus on the issue at hand, and actually pass bills that create jobs. I notice that when it comes to immigration, you'll offer amendments. When it comes to constitutional amendments, you know how to pass them on your side of the aisle. But when it comes to creating jobs and passing a bill, you need Democrats to do that. I'd advise you to stick to that plan.
Discussion. The lady from Anoka, Representative Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Winkler, well, thank you for the thrashing, but this is no game to me. I believe that if there are jobs created, then there will be, if the stadium is built, that those ought to go to American workers first. I don't think that's a game, Representative Winkler.
Gentleman from St. Louis. Discussion. The gentleman from Grant, Representative Westrom.
Mr. Speaker, has a roll call parliamentary inquiry?
State your parliamentary inquiry.
Has a roll call been requested on this amendment?
A roll call has not been requested. The gentleman from Grant.
Mr. Speaker, I'd ask for a roll call.
Are there 15 hands? Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. The gentleman from St. Louis, Representative Gautier.
Well, here we go again. We have an opportunity to create 7,000 jobs in this state, put people to work as unemployment has ticked up, and we're going to make it about immigration and federal law. Members, it is time. The governor has spoken on this issue, veto after veto. It is time to quit dividing, stick to the issue about building a stadium, creating jobs, and keeping the Minnesota Vikings here in the state of Minnesota, and quit making this about foolish immigration.
The gentleman from Grant, Representative Westrom.
Well, Mr. Speaker, that last discussion, I think, is enlightening. I wouldn't call it foolish, Representative. Making sure we have workers in Minnesota building this stadium that are legal seems to be common sense where I come from. But, Mr. Speaker, I will withdraw my request for a roll call and urge people to say yes loudly.
Request for the roll call has the roll call has been rescinded. Discussion. The gentleman from Clay, Representative Lanning.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. We've had a number of votes on this issue in committee and on the floor. But members, this amendment is not going to help us get the job done. Amendments like this are going to cause us problems where we might even lose this bill. So please vote no.
Discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. No. The motion is not adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Westrom moving to amend House File 1485 as amended as follows. The amendment is coded 611.
The gentleman from Grant, Representative Westrom.
Mr. Speaker, members, this amendment in front of you gets the Viking Stadium and the public stadium built for all the other parties that will benefit and use this stadium, but it funds it with private dollars, and we don't put the state of Minnesota potentially on the hook if revenues don't come through. We don't have to implement new taxes. It serves as a good funding source and stream of revenue for the stadium. What this amendment would do, Representative Eakin has the White Earth Reservation in his district, just north of mine. It would allow them to enter into an agreement with the state of Minnesota, which they are willing to do. They would erect a casino in Minneapolis or the North Metro, likely. They would go forward and bond and sell the bonds for $400 million to facilitate for the portion of the state's share of the stadium. These would be private dollars that would be paid to the state to fund this portion of the stadium. As some constituents in my district that I've talked to about this, they said that makes too much sense. Will the legislature actually do that? I said, we'll find out. So members, let's prove those citizens and constituents right that something that makes a lot of sense around here can be done. Members that are concerned about the revenue stream not being enough, this erases that issue. Members concerned about having the general fund potentially on the hook for these bonds and these payments, this erases that issue. They would enter into an agreement, a business agreement with the state for 50% of the revenues to be split with the state of Minnesota. It would help out this part of the state, the White Earth area in Minnesota, with economic development and other benefits that this casino and this endeavor could have for them. But it solves a huge problem for us that for over 10 years we haven't been able to get beyond, which is how do we fund appropriately a new stadium if we go forward with that. So members, I would urge your support for this common sense proposal. The White Earth tribe is poised, ready to go with the credit approved. The state of Minnesota can be the beneficiary. We don't have to have the state's credit on the line for these funds for the stadium. And so members, it makes a lot of sense. So I'd urge your support for this type of proposal. Ingenious, because it's the first time I've heard this or seen something in the last 10 years that would actually build the stadium and use private dollars to do it. I urge your support.
The gentleman from St. Louis, Representative Huntley.
Members, I think we should be very cautious about this. If this requires us to transfer Minnesota land to tribal status, then we're at the mercy of the federal courts. And I can tell you, in the city of Duluth, we transferred some land to tribal status so they could build a casino in the city of Duluth, and the tribe, because federal law has changed, has now stopped paying the city of Duluth. They've backed off their contract with the city. I'm a person that believes you stick by your contracts, and if this would require land in Minneapolis to go to tribal status, we lose complete control.
The gentleman from Scott, Representative Bisgins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I've looked at this amendment quite thoroughly, all right, and I was looking for a component in there that the lobbyists told me was absolutely critical to making this work, and I see it's not in the amendment, but in talking to the author, it would have to be part of the agreement, and that is an exclusivity clause. Members, for this to work, the White Earth Band would require in the agreement with the state a 30-year exclusivity clause per the lobbyists of this deal. In other words, we would be saying to Canterbury Park and Running Aces for the next 30 years, don't even bring up the subject of a racino, and I think that's a problem.
The gentleman from Grant, Chair Westrom.
Mr. Speaker, in response to Representative Huntley's comments, Representative Huntley, this is not tribal land that we would be talking about. The instance you're talking about was tribal land, as I understand it. This would be fee title land, subject to property taxes, subject to the state of Minnesota laws, and they would have to abide by that under the arrangement.
The gentleman from St. Louis, Representative Gautier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Westrom, I believe your amendment would violate the compact agreement between the state of Minnesota and the tribes, even though it might not give sovereignty. You know, there are 11 tribes, and I believe 10 of these tribes are opposed to it, at the last count that I know of, unless Representative Eakin can correct me. This isn't good policy, and it's not good politics. I'd encourage members to reject this out of hand.
Discussion, the gentleman from Clay, Chair Lanning.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I would like to go on record as thanking Chair Visner and her colleagues with the tribe. Appreciate very much their offer here. Unfortunately, this doesn't work. And you may or may not know that back about 8-9 years ago, Governor Pawlenty worked with the White Earth tribe trying to secure approval for another casino that would be providing revenue to the state of Minnesota. And after considerable study and discussion, it turned out that the opposition became very great and the other tribes objected to it, and as a result the White Earth folks had to withdraw it. Members, thanks for the offer, but this just is not going to work.
Discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. The amendment is not adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Simon and others moving to amend House File 1485 as amended as follows. The amendment is coded 576.
The gentleman from Hennepin, Representative Simon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Well, this is an interesting debate for me because I think I have a unique perspective in the whole legislature on the stadium talk. Unique in the sense that I think I'm the only one who can say this. My father is a retired sports agent. Some of you know that, some of you didn't. So for 35 years, until he retired a few years ago, he represented professional athletes in their negotiations with sports teams of all kinds. It was great to grow up in an environment. Apart from the best autograph collection in the neighborhood, I also got a great education. And so at the dinner table, I'd hear about these negotiations. He had clients such as Kent Herbeck, Paul Molitor, Brad Radke, Dan Gladden of the Twins. If I can brag just a minute, in hockey, he had players like Dino Ciccarelli, Neil Broughton, John Casey of the North Stars. And as to Vikings, he had, among others, clients like Ahmad Rashad, Scott Studwell, Steve Jordan, and Greg Coleman. So I'm proud of my dad. I'm proud of the work he's done. But I remember hearing these stories when I was growing up, and I was influenced greatly, you might say brainwashed, at the dinner table about some of these negotiations he had with the teams. He negotiated, as to the Vikings, in the 70s, he negotiated with now Hall of Fame manager Jim Finks. In the 80s, he negotiated with Mike Lynn. In the 90s, it was Roger Hedrick and others, and so on. So I heard a lot. I heard an earful about these negotiations growing up, and it was fascinating. He even, if I can do a shameless plug that skirts the edges of the House rules about props on the floor, but I'll do it anyway because it's my dad, he even wrote this book called The Game Behind the Game. I'm very proud of him. It came out in 1993, and he wrote this book. The subtitle is, It's the Game Behind the Game, Negotiating in the Big Leagues. And he wrote it in 1993. I wrote the picture captions and the chapter titles, so if you take a look at it and you like it, all me. And so he knows what he's talking about, and he talked to me a lot as I was growing up about these issues. So the one thing that he would always say, and keep in mind he's got an obvious bias, he's representing the players in negotiations with management of these pro sports teams, his obvious bias, but what he communicated to us was that pro sports teams will always, and I mean always, plead poverty. They will always plead poverty. And by the way, I want to give credit where it's due. He never said, nor do I currently believe, that they do that because they're somehow greedy or they're selfish or anything at all. Not at all. He respected that in a sense because he knew they were just being good business people. They were being hard-nosed negotiators, which is totally rational behavior. They weren't being petty. They weren't being malicious. They were doing what was in their interests, as my dad was doing what was in his interests. So I don't begrudge the Vikings or any other pro sports team being as aggressive and as hard-nosed in terms of negotiation as possible, whether it's for a stadium or whether it's for a player's contract. Don't begrudge it at all. It's rational behavior. It exists, and my dad kind of respected it. But I will tell you, there were many times when he'd come home and he'd say the Vikings or the Twins or the North Stars or some other franchise not in Minnesota, they said, well, they claim they can't possibly give my guy a third year on his contract. They just can't do it. They're losing money hand over fist, absolutely off the table, won't do it, can't do it, shouldn't do it. And guess what would happen in the end? More times than not. There would be some sort of compromise. Not that they would cave, they wouldn't, but they would, there would be some accommodation. Or maybe it was some performance bonuses in the contract. Absolutely can't do it. We're losing money. We're hemorrhaging. And in the end, of course, there would be some accommodation. They'd meet somewhere in the middle. Maybe not right on the 50-yard line, but somewhere in the middle. The point isn't that they're dishonest or they're greedy or they're bad. Not at all. Again, they're being rational, hard-nosed negotiators. So the point of this amendment, which I'll get to in a minute, is that we too should be rational, hard-nosed negotiators. It goes both ways. And while ideally we wouldn't be negotiating here in public or negotiating our position in public, we're in that position now because it's on the House floor. So I'm asking that you pass this amendment, which I'll describe in a minute, so that we can go into conference committee with a full head of steam and we can go in with a very strong negotiating position. Because I guarantee you, members, based at least on my experience growing up as the son of a professional sports agent who regaled me and my sister and my mom with many, many stories, this team can give more. It really can. I know it doesn't prefer to, and I understand that. No one would. It's rational for them to tell us they can't, or they won't. But they can. This is about the clawback provision in the bill, and it's something that has really concerned me all along in this. But if this passes, this would go a long way towards actually getting my vote on the floor today. Here's why I think it's important. You look at the Twins bill, and many of you were here 6 years ago when we passed the Twins bill. Here was the clawback provision in the Twins bill. The clawback in the Twins bill said that if the Pohlad family sells the team the day after the ink is dry on the deal, we, the people, get 20% of the sale price. 20%. And of the entire sale price. That's in the Twins bill that we passed 6 years ago, meaning, I assume, and it declines 1% per year thereafter. So the next year it's 19, 18, 17, and so on. So that this year, 6 years later, presumably, we the people would get 14% of the sale price if the poll ads sold the team. That is a hedge against them sort of flipping the team because they get a huge value and increase the value of the underlying asset, and then they skip town. I don't think that's going to happen, but you just never know what circumstance will come our way. So that was the Twins. Oh, and by the way, the 20% did go to we the people. It did go to all of us. In the current bill right now, members, what the Vikings have negotiated for themselves, again, rationally, they're doing the rational, kind of hard-headed thing, hard-nosed negotiating tactic, is 18% of the profit. 18% not of the entire sale price, as the Twins did, but 18% of the profit, declining 1.2% per year. Members, I want this bill to be more like and actually exceed the Twins bill for a lot of reasons, and that's what this amendment is all about. So what this amendment would do is it would start out at 25% of the sale price, and it would decline to 15% in 10 years. In other words, 1% per year thereafter. And this is probably the most important part, the money would go to pay off the debt service and then to the general fund. Right now in the current bill, in this current Vikings bill that we're debating, it's 18% of the profit declining pretty quickly, 1.2% a year. And guess what? The money at the end of the day that comes back to the state, it doesn't go to the debt service, it doesn't go to the general fund. Instead, it goes to the stadium authority to make the stadium even nicer, bigger, shinier, better, more valuable. And while I understand why the Vikings would negotiate that, and good for them for getting it in here, it shows some good negotiating chops. My dad would be sort of secretly impressed. I don't think that's the way we should go. So we have every right to be just as zealous and just as hard-nosed in our negotiation, especially going into conference committee, which I think we all know is where this is headed. So that's what the amendment is. And members, before we hear from others, I would just say, you know, if this were the private sector, if we were investment bankers, or if we were venture capitalists, we would probably provide the financing, but we might expect some of the back end of the deal. That would be completely reasonable to say, well, you know, we know you can't give us anything on the front end, but on the back end, if this deal works out really well for you, we're going to request a reasonable piece of the back end. You know, recently I read an article about how movies are financed in Hollywood, and there was an article about Jack Nicholson. And when he agreed to star as the Joker in the first Batman movie in the summer of 1989, he sort of pioneered the modern trend of big-name actors taking some of the back end instead of the front end. This was the first big blockbuster kind of modern comic book movie, and the makers of the film, the studio, said, look, we can't pay you what you're worth right now up front. We just can't afford it. We don't know if this is a proven commodity. And Jack Nicholson said, I'll tell you what, I'll take some of the box office. I'll take some of the back end. If it's a successful movie, I'll make a lot of money. If it isn't, I'll walk away. So this is sort of akin to that and akin to what is in the Twins bill as well. Now here are the real world numbers, members, and I think others may have talked about this, maybe today, but maybe some other time. The Will family bought the team for about $600 million in 2005. $600 million. According to Forbes magazine, which of course is only an estimate, they might not be privy to all the information, but it's probably the best that we have for now. Forbes magazine said that the team, as of last November, just a few months ago, was worth just shy of $800 million. I'm rounding, but I think it was $796. But just for ease, let's say $800 million. So it's gone from $600 million in worth to $800 million in worth in the last 7 years. If we build a stadium, I would guess, I'm not an expert, just a round guess, that this would be worth at least $1 billion. But let's just conservatively say it's worth $1 billion. And let's say that immediately, which I know won't happen, but just for argument's sake, the Wills sell the team. If that happens, they will have reaped, in my hypothetical, a $400 million profit. Under my bill, the state would recoup 25% of that, or $100 million, for having put up all the extra other money. And that would go to pay off the debt service and then to the general fund. So that's the bill. I think it is about shared sacrifice. I think it's fair to ask the Vikings to do something like this. And I understand they might not like the precedent. They might not prefer to do this. And they're going to squawk and probably protest about it. But as I learned growing up with my dad, all sports teams will always squawk when you try to push them a little bit. And that's fine. They're not to be blamed or called names for it. They're just being rational, reasonable business people. But so should we. So should we. So that's what this is all about. I want to make sure that the Vikings have skin in the game permanently. And again, I say, take it from the son of a sports agent. I think the Vikings, in the end, will take this provision. They may say they won't now, but they'll take this or something very much like it. So this is a bill that could, in combination with other amendments, certainly garner my support. I voted against the bill earlier in committee, as some of you know or remember, but I see a bill that's getting steadily better, and I think this is something that could push it over the top. So I respectfully ask for your support on this. I don't think it's a lot to ask, and I think the Vikings, though they may protest at first, I think will reach the accommodation that I've seen so often that other sports teams have reached in negotiations. Thanks.
Discussion of the amendment. The member from Carver, Representative Hoppe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, members, I would like to thank Representative Simon for bringing this amendment. I think it's a great amendment. In all likelihood, it will never be needed. I think it is a big step towards the Twins bill that we passed 6 years ago, and I think this is a great idea, and it makes the bill even better, and I would encourage members to vote yes.
The member from Nicollet, Representative Morrow.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I know Representative Lanning, we've both talked about this, and I know from my point of view, this will be a good provision to bring into conference committee. I thank Representative Simon for bringing in a urge members to vote yes.
Further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the Simon amendment signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The amendment is adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the next amendment.
Murphy M. and others moving to amend House File 1485 as amended. The amendment is coded A55.
Calling the member from St. Louis, Representative Murphy M., to your amendment.
Oh, okay. Page correction.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment I'm presenting to you as an extension of a discussions that took place earlier that didn't get into the bill. Department of Public Safety would have additional background checks for the new forms of gambling entering the Minnesota market. Representative Lanning and Kriesel have agreed to be co-authors, and I view it as a friendly amendment.
Discussion to the amendment. The member from Clay, Representative Lanning.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support this amendment.
Further discussion? All those in favor of the Murphy amendment signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The amendment is adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the next amendment.
Atkins and others moving to amend House File 1485 as amended as follows. The amendment is coded A48.
Calling the member from Dakota, Representative Atkins, to your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're cooking with gas now. These amendments are coming fast and furious. I will avoid speaking on third reading if you'll indulge me for 60 seconds on an unrelated point, and that is, Mr. Speaker, if you would be so kind, if this bill does pass, my little bit of advice would be that you find the toughest, most effective negotiators that you can within this body. With no offense to Mr. Mondale or Governor Dayton or any of the folks that were initially part of the negotiations, maximum leverage is the point at which we have the opportunity to negotiate the very best deal. When Mr. Mondale and others were negotiating the deal, they were not at a point of maximum leverage. If this bill passes this body, and if it passes the Senate, you will have a number of entities that are this close to what they consider success. It will be at that point, and this isn't any secret to members, it will be at that point that we are at a point of maximum leverage with respect to the negotiations. We do not have yet the best deal, Mr. Speaker. I think most of the members in this body that have paid attention would acknowledge that fact. So my suggestion would be just that we find the most effective negotiators, unless, Mr. Speaker, you just want to have the two side-by-sides within each body put together. But my guess is that if you're seeking the very best bill for Minnesota, you will look for the strongest, most effective negotiators. My amendment, members, is very straightforward. I've supported electronic pull tabs for some time, not because of the addition of more money, but because the auditing and the accounting that's associated with pull tabs is a nightmare. Anybody that's ever seen the storage of these, you've got to hold on to your spent pull tabs. It doesn't, what is about every month or 2 or 3, and I see Representative Erickson is nodding along with me. You read an article about somebody that has absconded with some charitable gaming money. The reason I authored this bill, not the Viking Stadium bill, but with respect to electronic pull tabs initially 3 or 4 years ago, was because it makes the auditing and the accounting so much more effective. What this proposal does in amendment form is that it encourages charitable gambling, lawful gambling organizations to use these electronic pull tabs and move away, hopefully, from the paper version. What it does is, and the greatest concern that I've heard from the lawful gambling organizations and the charities has been that they don't know that they've got the capital funds to invest in the e-pull tab machines. So what this does is it takes a portion of the bond proceeds, puts the Gambling Control Board in charge of purchasing and supplying, repairing, providing the electronic pull tab machines. Representative Lanning, Representative Kriesel, a number of others who've been involved in this discussion support this. They've signed on to the amendment, but it would allow for the provision of those devices to those gaming organizations in the first couple of years without cost, so that they would move along this fashion and hopefully get us to a point where the auditing and the accounting is much more straightforward. With that, Mr. Speaker, I would be happy to stand for any questions or concerns that members may have.
Discussion of the Atkins amendment. The member from Washington, Representative Kriesel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Atkins, for bringing this amendment forward. I do support it. I think it's a good way to get the revenue stream moving quick. I'd urge a yes vote.
Discussion to the amendment. Discussion. The member from Hennepin, Representative Winkler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Atkins yield for a question?
He will yield, Representative Winkler.
Representative Atkins, I'm just reading through your amendment here. At any time somebody's fronting the cost for somebody else, they're paying interest, there is a cost to advancing that money. And I see that you say that the advances shall be paid for with increased tax revenues. And the question I have is, if we didn't finance these and the revenues were coming in, wouldn't that be going into the general fund anyway? So how is this different from just having the state finance them with any other fund?
Member from Dakota, Representative Atkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Winkler, for the question. The goal here was to take to have it come out of the initial bond proceeds and then paid back with the tax revenues. The challenge is going to be, and I appreciate the opportunity to explain it a little bit further, we don't quite know what the cost of these devices is going to be. For many of the charities involved, they've come to us with the concern that it may be beyond what they can afford as an initial outlay. So what this would provide for is the Gambling Control Board would purchase, work with vendors, work with some of the current folks that provide devices within bars and other venues to get reasonable bids, ideally the most affordable bid, and then turn those over to the lawful gambling, the charitable gambling organizations with which to get started. Hopefully that generates the sort of revenues that we anticipate, that have been expected, that Representative Lanning talked about from the Commissioner of Revenue and others who've said it's going to be in the neighborhood of $72 million annually to start, but those revenues won't come in if the devices aren't in the hands of the organizations that seek to use them. It's a very long answer to a short question, but the point is once they've been provided, that will be where the revenues to pay for this will come from. Thank you.
Member from Hennepin, Representative Winkler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Atkins, it's nothing personal, but I would urge members to vote against this amendment. Members, what we're talking about is building a facility for a team that apparently can't find the marketplace to build it on its own. So the state has to subsidize it because they don't have a market for it. And then the way that we're going to fund that is by expanding gaming through these electronic pull tabs. But apparently, we don't know if there's actually a market for electronic pull tabs either that would support the cost of actually investing in the machines to begin with. So if you want to start this, you want to get into the e-pull tab business, and you can't afford it because the machines are too expensive, that's an indication that the market for these are pretty weak, and so the state is going to come in and subsidize the cost of this from the beginning. Now, I voted to replace gambling with user fees. I think that'd be a better approach. I strongly agree with Representative Benson's comments earlier about the least of these among us. But members, what we're talking about is a funding stream that is so questionable that we don't even know if the people who could make money on it are willing to put up the front-end cost to do it or to borrow money to get it. And so, members, I think this is a bad sign. You know, in the end, we may need to fix this. We may find out that e-pull tabs are not the way to pay for a stadium, that it doesn't raise the money. But it seems to me that we should at least let this market settle out and not have the state come in and be the banker for bars who want to go to electronic pull tabs. If it's going to work, they'll have to front the money. If it's not, the taxpayers are going to be on the hook anyway. So we're far better off to let this play out, see if it works, and if it doesn't, we'll have to come back to fix it. That's part of the problem with this bill. It's part of the reason why this isn't a very good way to build a stadium. But at least it should rise and fall on its own merits in the marketplace and not ask the legislature and the taxpayers to back up the purchase of these machines in the first place. So, members, I'd ask you to vote no.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Downey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the author of the amendment yield to a question?
He will yield. Representative Downey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Atkins, I'm curious what you would envision in terms of a timeline for this bid process. How many months it would take for the Gambling Control Board to convene some kind of a steering committee and do the design specifications and issue an RFP, receive bids, award a bid, and start actually receiving equipment. What's the elapsed time for that whole process, do you imagine?
Member from Dakota, Representative Atkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Hopefully, Representative Downey, about a day and a half. Honestly, I don't know what it would be. It's not something that's uncommon for the state to do. I also believe that they would be prompted by the fact that this is the funding stream that would be utilized for the stadium, that they would be prompted to do so as rapidly as they possibly could for very obvious reasons. Thank you for the question.
Member from Hennepin, Representative Downey.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I agree with Representative Winkler. We're exposing one of the flaws and Achilles heels of this gaming funding strategy. I would encourage members to look at the handout for the author's amendment funding streams, and you'll notice that we're actually counting on $29 million of electronic gaming revenue in fiscal year 13. So that's somewhere between July 1 of this year and June 30 of next year, that we're going to receive fully 60% of what they estimate to be the gaming revenues when they're totally online. And so, members, I've been on the other side of state procurements before, and I can assure you that under Representative Atkins' amendment, we have probably at least a month or two before you could convene a group. You probably got another month or two before you could sign off on the design specs. You got another month or two before you'd even have vendors in to respond to the RFP. You probably got another month or two before you select a winning bid. And I can see us, we're all the way through fiscal year 2013 before anybody's even ordered a piece of equipment, and we're supposedly going to get $29 million of revenue. So irrespective of the Atkins amendment, I think that $29 million in the next fiscal year is highly speculative. But with the Atkins amendment, members, that is impossible. I'd urge a red vote.
The member from Itasca, Representative Anzels.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a needed and necessary amendment to make this work. You should know that at one time there were nearly 4,200 sites for pull tabs, tip boards, and paddle wheels. 4,200 licensed beverage establishments, restaurants, resorts, places where charitable organizations entered into contractual arrangements to provide lawful gambling opportunities. What happened is, as the oppressive combined receipts tax kicked in, fewer and fewer and fewer licensed organizations operating in these 4,000 and more sites went out of business because the state's share of the drop increased and there wasn't enough revenues to sustain the industry. This electronic pull tab machine proposal of Representative Lanning's will be a breath of fresh air into the lawful gambling community, into the nonprofit community, and into the sites which previously had pull tabs, tip boards, and paddle wheels. And it is my somewhat educated opinion that they will be reinterested in contracting with 501c3s and 4s and so on to once again do community fundraising in licensed venues in communities. But the problem is, because of what's happened to the business, they're going to need participation through the proposal from this legislation in order to finance the devices which will enable them to generate more revenue and more gains for communities and for the Viking Stadium. Representative Atkins' amendment is necessary. Please vote green.
The member from Scott, Representative Biskins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Well, we have a stadium proposal here whose revenues are so sketchy that we have to completely divorce the new revenues from the repayment of the appropriations bonds, thus guaranteeing that whatever, if it brings in $1, the new revenue, the general fund is on the hook. Now we're asking for to pay for the machines that will bring in this new revenue, which may be $1, all right, asking the general fund to pay for that. You know, and so if we go ahead and pay for it, and we have no idea what the cost of these machines are, you know, and the general fund is out, what, you know, thousands, hundreds, millions of dollars for these machines, then that's taxpayer dollars. And I know a lot of people here said in the last election that they're not going to put general fund dollars at risk for a stadium. Yet here's another general fund scheme that we're putting the taxpayers at risk with. Members, you know, I'm looking at the fiscal note done by the Department of Revenue, which says that this electronic pull tabs and bingo is going to increase net revenues to the state of Minnesota by $383 million a year. That's what the Department of Revenue says. And yet, we are so skeptical of those numbers that we can't anticipate one entity buying their own machines. We're going to have to buy them out of the general fund. Simply doesn't make sense. I hope we can vote this down. Mr. Speaker, I ask for a roll call.
Representative Biskins requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call on the amendment. Discussion to the amendment. The member from Carver, Representative Hoppe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Mr. Speaker and members, I would like to speak in support of this amendment. I think that this is an amendment that will help a lot of our charities take that first step towards getting the new electronic version of pull tabs. I have talked to some people that are in charge of pull tab operations at different venues in my district, and they didn't seem really warm about this idea, and they don't look at this as a way, they look at it as kind of an extra step for them and not necessarily sure that they want to do this. And I think if this amendment goes on and this funding were there, I think it would be more likely that they would take that step and see the increased gains from this. So please support the Atkins amendment.
Member from Dakota, Representative Wardlow.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment is quite remarkable. We have before us a bill that attempts to pay for a Viking stadium, a stadium, the People's Stadium, the Workers' Stadium, whatever you want to call it, attempts to pay for a stadium by expanding gambling and increasing revenues from taxes on the expanded gambling, and then through a mechanism of untested appropriation bonds, untested in court, fund that now. And we're not sure if the revenue coming in from the new tax revenue from gambling is going to cover the costs of the debt service. So we have this gambling expansion bill. And we don't know whether the gambling expansion, apparently, is going to be viable and is going to expand fast enough or to an extent that will cover the debt service. So now we have an amendment to subsidize the expansion of gambling. Now, when you're all campaigning a couple years back, I think we all talked a lot about spending priorities. Regardless of what side of the aisle you're on, I think we talked a lot about priorities of spending. Everybody is concerned about spending. On my side of the aisle, I think we all agreed, and most of us talked about how Minnesota does not have a revenue problem, it has a spending problem. Regardless of your view on that particular question, when you're thinking about spending priorities, is gambling expansion a priority for the expenditure of state funds such that we want to subsidize a particular untested form of gambling to build a stadium for a private company? I don't think that's a priority that any of us campaigned on. I don't think it's a priority that Minnesotans should get behind, can get behind. Members, after a year, last year, when we balanced the budget without raising taxes, and we made cuts to certain programs, necessary cuts to make sure that the state is fiscally sound going forward and to reduce the size of government and to unleash the power of free enterprise. When we did that, did we think state subsidization of gambling expansion was a priority? How does it compare to health care or education or anything else? Members, I urge you to vote down this amendment to subsidize the untested revenue source and the gambling expansion in this bill.
Member from St. Louis, Representative Gauthier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, it was just over a year ago, I remember the charities coming to me and asking me, Representative Gauthier, could you please speak in state government in favor of our bill to reduce the taxes on the charities so we can move it along to taxes, which I reluctantly did. But I was under the impression that's what they needed to make this happen. And now we're talking about subsidizing the charities to buy machines. And it just seems to me that if it's as great as it's been made out to be, and it may be, Representative Ansel, it may take off, then the charities can take a loan out for these machines. I don't see why the state needs to be subsidizing the charities when the charities have told us how well they're going to expand under this.
Member from Wabasha, Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, members, I hope Minnesota is listening to this debate because, members, we have heard about this funding strategy, this financing strategy. That, you know, and I don't have a problem with charitable gambling. You know, some members do, some don't. You know, it's across the board. I think it'd be great if we could help our local charitable gambling establishments with something that might be included in this bill. But we looked at the numbers. We looked at the numbers that the proponents of this bill brought forward, and you know what they said? They said those charitable gambling establishments, all 2,500 of them across the state, have to increase their take by 200%. They have to triple the amount of money they are taking from the local establishments in order to make this work. And they said, you know what? Not only are we going to do that, but that's a conservative estimate. And now, members, we've got an amendment in front of us that says, you know what? We're not sure those local gambling establishments really want to do this. We're not sure they can afford to do it. Members, the ultimate in hypocrisy has just been presented to you. I hope it raises questions about the financing mechanism behind this entire proposal because it's pretty scary. I urge you to defeat the amendment.
Member from Hennepin, Representative Downey.
Mr. Speaker and members, I just want to come back to this point about just the practical realities of this amendment. You know, I don't think the state of Minnesota has an existing list of approved vendors that sell electronic gaming machines. And so the state of Minnesota, the Gambling Control Board, is going to have to go through an entire full-blown, start-to-finish RFP process, and then figure out on the back end of that selection, which literally can't go any faster than 6 to 9 months, I guarantee you, then how to sell those and license those and do the financing with the end recipients of these. Members, I think this puts the entire $30 million that is presumed in fiscal year 2013 in MMB's spreadsheet. I'll say it's not at risk, it's almost impossible. And I'd refer you back to the Garofalo amendment or the original bill if you were looking at it, and you'll notice that there's a range of financing for the state of Minnesota. And first of all, it isn't the $293 million that the state is on the hook for under the Garofalo amendment. You'll notice that the range of financing is actually somewhere between $443 million and $530 million. And a big part of the reason is that we have to fund through bonding the city of Minneapolis's convention center proceeds because those don't come online until 2021. And so the question is, well, why the difference between $443 million and $530 million? Why would we have that kind of float in our bill? Why would we authorize fully almost an additional $100 million in additional bonding? And the reason, members, is that when you look at the construct of the financing deal, you have to have a capital reserve in order to do these appropriation bonds, and you have to have an operating reserve to cover the potential fluctuations in the operational costs of the stadium. And so the state of Minnesota is responsible, through bonding, to put the seed money into that capital reserve and those operating reserves. And members, we will be at the upper end of this range. We won't be down in the $443 million range. We'll be in the upper end of that range, up in the $500 million range, if we don't realize the year one $30 million revenues that are projected from the gaming revenues. And so we're going to have way up in the upper range of the bonding for the state of Minnesota, and I think we put the entire funding stream that we're counting on at the beginning to get this thing off the ground at risk, just because of this practical problem of how do you get all of this procurement through the state before the local units that want to buy these things can actually get a hold of them. So again, I would urge a red vote on this, or I think the spreadsheet that we're looking at really starts to fall apart.
Discussion. The member from Dakota, Representative Atkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Unless there's others that would like to call it the ultimate hypocrisy or anything like that. Two quick responses. One is from a practical standpoint, why is it that charities can't afford to make this investment, at least some of them that we've spoken with? It's because the tax rates that apply to this are obscenely high. They have been for many years. We've had a number of factors that are working against charitable gambling organizations, lawful gambling organizations, that make it very precarious for them right now to even stay in business. That's the practical comment. So if you support this bill, if you support the charities, and for many of us it's as much about the charities as it is about the stadium, and trying to keep those charities in a position where they can function. To the second question, and Representative Downey, I appreciate you raising that point, because if that is truly the timeline, which I don't believe it will be, then I will be the first one that would go to the conferees on the conference committee and ask them not to put the provision in. If it's going to take 6 months or a year to go through the process, then we shouldn't do it. If it's something that they can fast track in a fashion that it takes 4 to 6 weeks or 8 weeks and does what the intended purpose is, then it ought to be in there to provide that seed money that's been referenced and make this a practical solution. With that, I'd appreciate a green vote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, members, for your comments.
Discussion. Further discussion. The member from Anoka, Representative Hackbarth.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and members, and Representative Atkins. Members, I want you to listen up a little bit here on this amendment, just figuring roughly. If these machines cost $500 a piece, and there's going to be 12 machines in each establishment, and there's about 2,500 establishments, this is not hard to figure out, members. There's going to be a $15 million hit to the general fund. Let's pay attention here. $15 million to the general fund to buy these machines. Let's pay attention and vote this amendment down.
Further discussion. The member from Dakota, Representative Atkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I didn't intend to speak anymore. Will Representative Kriesel yield, please?
He will yield, Representative Atkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Kriesel, earlier I asked you what I recall you gave me a number that was nowhere near what Representative Hackbarth just talked about. My recollection was that it might be $1.5 million. Is that the number that you gave me earlier in terms of the initial investment?
Member from Washington, Representative Kriesel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Atkins, and that was just a ballpark, so I wouldn't want to be on the record with anything definitive.
Member from Dakota, Representative Atkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, same point that I made with respect to Representative Downey. I think this is a worthwhile thing that ought to be discussed by the conference committee. If Representative Hackbarth's number is correct, I think that may well be far more. It's on a tenfold scale of what Representative Kriesel's ballpark figure was. If in fact that is the figure, then we probably should take a different approach. And I would be the first to suggest that. I think Representative Hoppe, with whom I visited about this amendment previously, as well as Representative Lanning and Kriesel, would likely say the same thing. But I do believe it's at least worthwhile taking to a conference committee to have the discussion be had.
Further discussion of the Atkins amendment. Seeing no further discussion, roll call being requested. The clerk will take the roll. Clerk will close the roll. There being 37 ayes, 94 nays, the amendment is not adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the next amendment.
Nelson moving to amend House File 1485 as amended as follows. The amendment is coded A46.
Calling the member from Hennepin, Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And again, earlier I talked about that I was part of the working group, and early in the working group we talked about having a 40-year lease on this so that we weren't going to have to revisit this anytime soon about a stadium. And so that's what my amendment does, is it basically takes the Vikings lease from a 30-year lease to a 40-year lease. Again, this is partly what was spoke about here earlier. It gives us some leverage to talk about some leverage in the conference committee to hopefully leverage the Vikings to get a little bit better deal out of them. And I appreciate your green vote.
Discussion. Discussion to the amendment. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the Nelson amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. No. The amendment is adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the next amendment.
Did you say adopted? Benson M. moving to amend House File 1485 as amended as follows. The amendment is coded 621.
Calling the member from Olmsted, Representative Benson M., to present your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This is after collaborating with the folks who brought up the issues regarding the language of the first study bill or amendment that I brought forward. We came to a new language that has now been accepted by Representative Lanning.
Discussion. The member from Clay, Representative Lanning.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support this amendment.
Further discussion. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the Benson amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The amendment is adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the next amendment.
Downey moving to amend House File 1485 as amended as follows. The amendment is coded 593.
Calling the member from Hennepin, Representative Downey, to present your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This amendment is an attempt to find a savings opportunity that would actually allow the team and the state and the stadium authority to realize the cost reductions that we all agreed to under the Garofalo, or not all, but that were amended on under the Garofalo amendment. You will remember that the Garofalo amendment assumed that we could somehow shave $105 million off of the cost of the stadium and that we would realize that savings as a state. This amendment says that for this particular project, we would waive the state's prevailing wage statute. I have heard estimates anywhere from 7 to 10% on a construction project of this size and this nature, which would allow us, just in the raw cost of the construction of the stadium, to possibly save $50 million, $70 million. It's hard to say. We need to do some work in conference to get this fiscal noted from staff. But members, this could go a long way towards making the Garofalo amendment a reality. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Discussion of the amendment. The member from Hennepin, Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. And again, this is the prevailing wage amendment to take prevailing wage off. Now, everybody remember, prevailing wage is all about allowing our local contractors whose taxes go to pay this the ability to vote on or to work on these projects and get some of their tax dollars back. By eliminating prevailing wage, we're allowing out-of-state contractors to come up here and work this and build this, again, on the cheap, and take our tax dollars back with them to the other states, and put our local contractors who are paying the bill on this at a disadvantage to being able to get these projects. We should vote this amendment down. This is a bad amendment.
Member from Itasca, Representative Anzels.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask for a roll call.
Representative Anzels requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call on the amendment. The member from Itasca, Representative Anzels, you have the floor.
Well, members, once again, the relentless attack on the carpenter, the laborer, the sheet metal worker, the boiler maker, the iron worker, the roofer, the millwright, the plaster tender, the pipe fitter, the plumber continues, and the electrician. This is not necessary. Representative Downey, it is not necessary to pretend to save dollars on the construction of this Viking stadium by asking those workers to work for less. To ask those workers to give up their opportunity, and in many cases, these workers have not worked in months, if not years. Why would you repeal a provision for a project of this magnitude that's designed to protect the jobs of people who live in Minnesota? Do you really want people from Alabama and Mississippi to come here and build the Viking Stadium on the cheap? I don't. Members, it's been about 20 years ago now. There was a construction project in my community of International Falls. Now, Representative Dills, a great community. And labor strife then caused problems that are still reverberating throughout that community, where a company from Alabama was allowed to come in and build a project when workers throughout the state of Minnesota were without work. Representative Downey, this one really hurts. This one really hurts the workers in the building trades in Minnesota. And members, please vote red.
Member from Hennepin, Representative Mullery.
Well, members, Representative Downey, this would be an embarrassment for the state if we put that on. Are we really, as a state government, trying to downgrade and undercut the wages of our fellow citizens? I think it's an embarrassment. Obviously, this is going to carry a veto. As Representative Downey, don't you believe in the legislative auditor study that showed that it doesn't save money? And the fact is, this is a very high-cost technical building that's being built, and the last thing we need is the cheapest person working there. I actually have experience. I used to represent one of the 3 biggest construction supply companies, and I know the statistics on showing, in fact I use them many times in court, on the fact that the union wages, which is basically the prevailing wage, gets things done better and quicker. And there are all kinds of statistics nationally that are usable in court to that effect. So this is just plain ridiculous amendment.
Member from St. Louis, Representative Moline.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And I hope that everybody is watching and paying attention, because if there's any amendment in front of us that could for sure kill the Viking Stadium, it's this one. I don't think that anybody from the Democratic Farmer Labor Party is going to vote to support paying the trades, the working people, less for building the stadium. They're the only reason that a lot of us are voting for the stadium. I'm not voting for the stadium for Ziggy Wilf or for the players or for the lobbyists or even for football. I'm voting for it to get people to work. But I also expect those people to make a living wage and to be able to support their family and to pay their bills. And so, members, I would ask that you all vote against this. This is a sure way to bring the bill down. Vote no.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Carlson.
Mr. Speaker, members, much of what I was planning to say has been said, other than I'd like to point out, and I pointed this out in Ways and Means when prevailing wage came up. A number of years ago, I chaired a special committee that was dealing with the prevailing wage, and after we had testimony from labor unions as well as contractors, I'll just cite the vote at the time in a bipartisan way. It was about a 9-member committee, and if I recall correctly, it was defeated 8-1 in a bipartisan way when people had the facts before them. Representative Mullery happened to mention the legislative auditor, which basically confirmed what we had learned a few years earlier when that issue was before us. The savings that you cited, Representative Downey, we're on the backs of workers, and I don't think that's what we want to do here today. So if you'll please vote no.
The member from Clay, Representative Lanning.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Downey, I've known all along that you're a no on the stadium, and I respect that. I respect you and your opinions. Members, this amendment is a poison pill. And if this amendment were to go on, the stadium goes down for sure. So please vote no on this amendment. There's a time and place for discussion on public policy such as prevailing wage. This is not the place or the time. Vote no.
The member from Ramsey, Representative Mahoney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, it does an old labor thug's heart really good to listen to my colleague from St. Louis. She said it eloquently and forcefully. Representative Lanning, not a good labor thug, not a labor thug, but a good guy, said it even better. Representative Downey, it's a great poison pill. Good to kill the bill. If you want to kill the bill, vote green. If you want this thing to get to conference and maybe get a better bill, vote red.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Davney. The member from St. Louis, Representative Gautier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We'll just keep it brief. State of Minnesota bonds for a stadium in Minnesota built by Minnesotans, not by people from Arkansas, Alabama, or Louisiana.
The member from Hennepin, the author of the amendment, Representative Downey.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and a couple of thoughts on the comments that I've heard. The first is, you know, and I have every confidence that our Minnesota workers and laborers are able to compete for the business on this job on the basis of both quality and price, the overall value equation that everyone looks at. And if the comments are true, that it has been proven that a trade group or a company subcontractor bidding on this is going to do the best job, the fastest, even though they have a higher hourly rate, you know, I guarantee you the general contractor is not going to make a bad decision and choose crummy quality at a lower rate and have a bunch of rework, right? And I have every confidence that the laborers in Minnesota are going to provide the highest value. And if somebody wanted to offer a friendly amendment here and say that the workforce on this job has to be from Minnesota, I would be fine with that. This isn't about trying to push jobs outside of the state of Minnesota. This is saying I have every confidence that the workers in Minnesota are going to provide the highest value, and that may in fact be at the prevailing wage. I don't know, it could be even higher. But it's saying let's allow the general contractor and all the subcontractors to participate on this project in a way that is routinely estimated to be a significant cost savings. And those of you who have accused this amendment of being a poison pill, I would urge you to consider that the Garofalo amendment that shaves $105 million off of the cost of this project is equally a poison pill. There's no way that's going through. It's all got to be negotiated in conference. And all I'm trying to do is put a tool in the bag for the conferees to say, where are we going to find $105 million? Do we take out the plaza? Do we take off the roof? Do we take out the glass wall? Do we find ways to maybe do the construction more efficiently? Do we hold off on the parking? There's a number of decisions that could be made. And members, this should be one that's on the table. This is not about bringing the bill down. This is about trying to bring the cost of the overall project down so the Garofalo amendment can actually work. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from Cass, Representative Howes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I agree with Representative Lanning that this isn't the right time for this, and it's also not the right bill. I mean, to pick the one project, the one bill that's been at the forefront of the news all session long, and at 10 after 6 at night to make the news, we're going to put this up for a vote. I say vote green, or red, I'm sorry, vote red, vote it down, let's move on.
The member from St. Louis, Representative Dill. The member from Dakota, Representative Wardlow.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, first, thanks to Representative Downey for bringing this forward. This is a very good amendment. I urge a green vote, or please vote for this amendment. Members, the price is set in the bill, right? So a certain amount of money will be paid to do a certain amount of work. If we exempt this from prevailing wage, we can actually get down, as Representative Downey said, to the Garofalo level of subsidy. Now, in addition, it means we can do more work for the same price. Let's unleash the power of free enterprise. Let's see what Minnesota workers can do. Let's let them compete against out-of-state contractors and win, because I know they can. We all know they can, because we have the best tradespeople in Minnesota in the country. Let's let them demonstrate that. And let's increase the amount of work they can do for the same price, and let them show us what a great job they can do and what kind of innovation they can bring to the table. Let's not hamper them with government regulations such as prevailing wage.
The member from Scott, Representative Biskins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, members, I too support this amendment. But, you know, as we go through here, this whole process, the House floor process, is about taking a piece of legislation we may have concerns with and bit by bit trying to get it to a piece of legislation which could be passed. Mr. Speaker, I didn't stand up and raise a point of order, but I certainly could have with a few people who have talked here on the House floor concerning the motives of the member who brought this forward. And as we go through the rest of today, and hopefully not too far into the evening, but I'm afraid maybe well into the evening, just remind members to pull out their Masons, read section 124. It's not the motives of the person that's to be debated. It is the measure, and the measure may even be condemned in strong terms. If you want to condemn the measure in strong terms, do so. But please, let's not arraign the motives of the people bringing measures forward.
Thank you, Representative Biskins and members. We do have some time on the floor. If you would please review your Masons. Representative Biskins did not raise to a point of order. Further discussion on the amendment? I'm sorry, the member from Wabasha, Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I too support your amendment, Representative Downey. Members, I don't understand. We've got a fixed amount of money that we're going to spend on this thing. The combined project is $975 million. The taxpayers of Minnesota, one way or another, are going to be on the hook, as I understand it, on the original proposal. Across the duration of the bonds of $1.2 billion. Now, I understand the Garofalo amendment may have adjusted what that will come out to be. But we're spending a pile of Minnesotans' cash on this project, and we can't look at efficiencies to bring this project to be more cost-effective for the people of Minnesota. For those of you who are the union folks who got up and spoke, you know, the people working on this project are also working on non-government projects. Why is it that when they work on non-government projects and they aren't getting prevailing wage on those projects, that's so much less of a job or an occupation for them than on a government project? Why do we have to pay more inflated costs for a government project rather than a private project? Representative Downey, you're trying to save money here. 7 to 10% is what I hear as the added cost because of the state's prevailing wage. I support your amendment. Thank you for bringing it.
Member from Rams, Representative Lilly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I rise to strongly speak against this amendment. I've been kind of thrilled to be working on this bill with many others in this working group that's kind of been mentioned, but Representative Lanning has just been a true class act through this whole thing, and many of the members across the aisle and ours, and it really hasn't been a partisan battle or any of those sort of things, and there's been a good faith effort to work together and to treat each other fairly, and I really enjoyed it. Senator Rosen's done the same, and yes, we've talked about some of these things, but clearly they wouldn't fit into the effort or make sense. The labor folks have really helped get us where we are, as well as the businesses of Minnesota have helped get us where we are in this bill, and hopefully moving it forward and getting it to the governor and getting the stadium out there for the people of Minnesota. I strongly speak against this, and I'm quite disappointed.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just had to rise to correct a point that Representative Drazkowski said. The people working in the construction industry on private sector jobs that are working on those jobs are getting paid. That's how the prevailing wage is set. And to say we're going to get rid of prevailing wage, that means we're going to pay them less than what they work elsewhere. Why don't we just make this amendment even worse, and why don't we just say we'll pay them food and board, and we won't pay them anything at all, and then we can get it built even cheaper. Again, this is wrong. Prevailing wages are set on the wages of the people working in the industry in the area that they're working. And so vote this amendment down.
Member from St. Louis, Representative Rukavina.
Well, I didn't want to weigh into this, but quickly, Representative Drazkowski, you're having a hard time understanding why we don't want to support this amendment. Of all the things you could go after, you're going after the poor working stiff. That's the problem our side has. You go after the working stiff. There's a lot of other ways you could do to save money, and they may be coming up shortly, I might add. But to go after the working person is totally unconscionable. Members, please vote no.
Discussion. Seeing no further discussion, a roll call being requested. The clerk will take the roll on the amendment. Clerk will close the roll. Representative Slawick votes no. There being 37 ayes and 94 nays, the amendment. Representative Vogel votes no. There being 36 ayes and 95 nays, the amendment is not adopted.